So welcome. Officially, Elaine, Sally again to the Zoom room. So nice check-in have we done. I'm sharing, I think let's dive into the text for today, which is section 2 of chapter 14, called the Happy Learner. So let me just get the live stream going, and I'll share my screen with you. All right, so that's done. Bring up the right one, yeah. So today's text reading is called The Happy Learner, section 2 of chapter 14. It's 8 paragraphs. So let's dive into that, and then if there's time and willingness, we can look at the lesson afterwards. Do it in reverse order today. The Happy Learner. Yeah, Sally, why don't you kick it off with paragraph 1?
You make it a bit
in
bigger.
The original. Yeah, sure. How's that? Okay?
Hasn't changed yet.
Yeah. Okay. I think I'm on a slow connection. Made it 150%, so it should be quite a lot bigger. Okay, yes. So if you want to read the original and then the alternative line by line, and we'll
Okay. The
personalize as we go.
The Holy Spirit needs a happy learner in whom his mission can be happily accomplished.
Yeah, you're going to read the alternative?
Yeah, dog barking, sorry. The remembrance of perfect love needs a happy learner in whom the mission can be happily accomplished.
In whom its mission, yeah. Okay, so we're talking about the happy learner, that's the title.
Bit of a lag.
So I who have been steadfastly devoted to misery must first recognize
I am miserable and not happy.
And unhappy. Okay, so there's the acknowledgement again. I must acknowledge that there's a problem in order to correct it.
Yep.
Okay.
The remembrance of perfect love cannot teach without this contrast. Oh, you've moved on there. The Holy Spirit cannot teach without this contrast. Do you believe that misery is happiness? Remembrance of perfect love cannot teach without this contrast. Do you believe? I believe that misery is happiness.
Which is insane, but that's the inverted upside down world of the ego. Convince us that misery is happiness, And true happiness and peace and joy are actually to be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, funny.
Okay, so number 4, I think you can read in the alternative. It's not much translation after this except personalization. So we just put it in the first person.
This has so confused me that I have undertaken to learn. I've undertaken to learn to do what I can never do, believing that unless I learn it, I will not be happy. I do not realize that the foundation on which this most peculiar learning goal depends means absolutely nothing. Yet it may make sense to me. I have faith in nothing, and I will find the treasure that I seek. Faith in nothing, and I will find the treasure that I seek. What does that mean?
So he's saying the treasure is in inverted commas. I have faith in nothing. So I think let's not put ourselves down. Let's say I have had faith in nothing and found. Let's put it in the past tense because we're actually trying to change things. I've had faith in nothing and found the quote treasure that I seek.
And what does it mean by treasure? Happiness? Or
No, he means that the treasure is what we seek. So whatever we value is our treasure. So the ego's treasure is external to it. It may be a special relationship. It may be something material you want to acquire. Maybe a substance. It may be any number of things that the ego values. That's your treasure that you value. But it's always false because it's not within you. It's outside of you. So I've had faith in nothing. I valued the external world, in other words, and I've found the treasure that I seek.
I don't really get that. I have found the treasure that I seek, because I thought the ego was leading us to search and not find.
Yeah, well, that's why it's in inverted commas, treasure. So it's something that we treasure. You know, did you ever see the movie Lord of the Rings?
No.
The Precious. There's a ring, and there's a ring of power, and there's this character called Gollum. He was totally fixated and obsessed by it, and he called it his precious. You know, that ring was his precious, his treasure, even though that ring drove him mad. That ring, you know, was actually an evil ring, and it caused him to kill someone and to shy away from human company and become, an outcast. Yet he treasured it. So even though it wasn't good for him, so he's saying that when we have faith in what's really nothing, we find the treasure that we seek. And then he says, well, this is what's going to happen. Number 8, so carry on reading. Yet
I will add another burden to my already burdened mind. I will believe that nothing is of value, and I will value it. I will believe.
Yet whenever I do this, I add another burden to my already burdened mind. Okay. So it's saying whenever I treasure something outside of me in the world, I'm burdening my mind. It's an expectation that is going to create another burden in my mind. And then I'll believe that nothing is of value.
Okay.
And will value it. So let's qualify that. Say, I will believe I do this, I add another burden to my already burdened mind, and then I will believe that what is really nothing is of value and will value it. Does that make more sense now?
Yeah. Yeah. A little piece of glass, a speck of dust, a body, or a war are one to you, are one to me.
One or the same, So he's saying whatever it is, it's all illusion. It's all this in the same order of reality. Illusion, which is nothing, and whatever is external, whether it's, you just pick some random things, a piece of glass, a speck of dust, a body, or a wall, saying it's all the same, actually, in truth. And then you value what is untrue, and when we give these illusions in the dream special value. We say, well, a body, let's say it's my body or another person's body whom I so-called love, is worth a lot more than a speck of dust or a piece of glass. But if it's all unreal, then that's not the case. They're all unreal. The body is no more valuable than a piece of glass or a speck of dust, because it's unreality. That's quite a major adjustment in your thinking, if you think about it. To perceive all things in the illusion as the same, and not make distinctions, and make some things more important than others, and value some things more than others. That's a lot of mind correction that needs to happen there. Okay, carry on.
Or if I value one thing made of nothing, I have believed that nothing can be precious, and that I can learn how to make the untrue true.
Or will have believed, let's say, that nothing can be precious. And interesting, uses that precious. So in the Lord of the Rings, this Gollum character is like, my precious ring. It's a brilliant demonstration of total obsession, total attachment and obsession, and what it does to the mind of the person that becomes, that obsessed with one thing. That's actually driven him mad, but he can't see it. He's so attached that he thinks, he values it.
I had an experience this morning that this reminds me of vaguely. I woke up with some pain in my heart, and when I actually sat with it and presenced it, the story was I had going on that if I was really enjoying this physical pain. It's like, I haven't had physical aches or anything for such a long time. This is what other people have, I was really enjoying it. And what my mind was telling me was that it'd be very boring if you didn't have anything to focus on. It would be very boring without any drama in your life. And really? That if I let go of this ache or whatever it was, it would be very, I can't remember what word came up. Not boring, but kind of can't remember what the word was, but it was like, my mind was trying to tell me it would be very boring, basically, if I let go of this ache in my heart. So then I'd have nothing to think about. So it's a bit like focusing on these untruths, these precious things.
Yeah, well, there you have it. The ego's got to create something for you to think about other than just resting in pure formless awareness. So it's ingenious. It's invented massive illusion, gives you endless things to think about, endless forms of nothingness to think about that tempt you into valuing them, believing in them, and denying in that process your true awareness. And then I believe that nothing can be precious, and that I can learn how to make the untrue true. That's the outcome of valuing nothing. So whenever you value anything in this world, you're valuing nothing. And you're making the untrue true. You're believing that nothing can be precious. You're splitting your mind into two camps. And the illusion of a separate self is perpetuated through that. And that's what the world is for. That's what the world is about, to perpetuate that illusion of a separate self. Okay, so what's he saying here in summary of section paragraph 1?
That we've been devoted to misery, and that we treasure nothing, or we value what's untrue, making the untrue true.
And then I burden myself. Believe that nothing is of value. I place a burden on myself, and this isn't helpful. It's not helpful for me and my awakening. It puts me back to sleep. So anything that you value outside of you, anything that you treasure, quote, does that. Whether it's as he says, a body or a speck of dust or a piece of glass or whatever. It's the same. It's in the same order of reality. So by valuing it, you split your mind, you deny who you really are, and you try and find some kind of satisfaction and happiness in an illusion. And of course, that's never going to work. You can't find happiness, which comes from source, in the untrue. You can only find pain, misery, suffering, and death. Okay?
Yeah.
Happy with number 1. Let's move on to number 2, Elaine. You can read number 2 for us, kindly.
The Holy Spirit, seeing where you are, but knowing you are elsewhere, begins his lesson in simplicity with the fundamental teaching that truth is true. The remembrance of perfect love, seeing where you are, but knowing you are elsewhere, begins its lesson in simplicity with the fundamental teaching that truth is true.
Yeah, so only the truth is true. I mean, that's that's so obvious. You go, why do we have to state it? I mean, it's like, duh, yeah, well, obviously the truth is true. But that implies that only the truth is true and nothing else is true. That's where the power comes in. That means you must deny all illusions, because nothing else is true. And he says this is the hardest lesson you will ever learn. Seeing where I am, sorry, let's just personalize it, seeing where I am, but knowing I am elsewhere begins the lesson simplicity of the fundamental teaching that truth is true. Okay, number 2.
This is the hardest lesson you'll ever learn, and in the end, the only one. And this is the hardest lesson you'll ever learn, and it's the same, and in the end, the only one. Yeah. Simplicity is very difficult for twisted minds. Simplicity is very difficult for twisted minds.
Just read it in the alternative now. There isn't much to translate.
Consider all the distortions you have made of nothing, all the strange forms and feelings and actions and reactions that you have woven out of it. Nothing is so alien to you as the simple truth, and nothing are you less inclined to listen to. The contrast between what is true and what is not is perfectly apparent, yet you do not see it. The simple and the obvious are not apparent to those who would make palaces and royal robes of nothing, believing they are kings with golden crowns because of them.
Yeah, so that's that last line's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you just had the coronation.
Mm.
So there's got a line which just pulls the rug out from all of it. It says, not apparent to those who would make palaces and royal robes of nothing, believing they are kings with golden crowns because of them.
Mm.
All of that royal pomp ceremony is just like, well, it's nothing. It's just massive illusion. So it's just pricking another bubble there for us. That's as you know, especially in the UK, a lot of people are really into it. They're like, oh no, but it's all real. We make it real, don't we? Oh, the king's real, and the pomp and the ceremony is real, and it's all something special, and actually it's nothing.
Mm.
Much ado about nothing, as Shakespeare titled one of his plays.
Mm.
Coronation was much ado about nothing. However, having said that, what it does give people is an opportunity to connect and to share experiences, and to, everyone's having street parties and going down to the village, the village green, and connecting and sharing. And so that's it's an opportunity for connection and sharing. And that's the Holy Spirit. So there's always these within the illusions, there's the truth is still there. And you wonder, I mean, I'd be fascinated if I could get an evening with King Charles, as he is now. So what were you actually feeling? What's it actually like to be the king? Imagine you were marooned on a desert island with the guy. It was like, okay, well, all of that's stripped away. Let's just, there's nothing else to do. There's just the two of us. No one's coming to rescue us immediately. So let's have a chat. It would be fascinating to like, well, what are you actually feeling? When you've been crowned, they're putting, all the regalia and the whole ceremony. Did you buy it? What did you do? I don't
Stripped
know.
down to nothing. Yeah.
It'd be very interesting to know what his inner state was. He didn't look very happy, but maybe that's what they're supposed to do on these occasions. There has to be a sort of certain degree of gravitas.
Mm. You just never know.
You never
He's
know.
so used to being pampered, isn't he?
Yeah. He's quite a hard worker. I mean, so he might be quite an interesting king, because he's got some. I think there's a sort of higher awareness, perhaps than his mother had. More awareness of truth, spirituality. He was into organic gardening and.
Oh, you were in homeopathy and all those alternatives.
Yeah, so okay, well, let's see what he does as king. But the idea that one person is so special and is above everyone else is insane. I mean, he's no more special than anyone else. We're all the same. We're all sons of God, extensions of love. Why do you want to make one person so special and give them palaces and golden crowns and all this wealth and power? And everyone else is just a pleb. I mean, why do we want to create a society like that?
Yeah,
well, the answer is specialness.
Mm.
The answer is because it makes someone special, and if they are special, and we attach to that, then we must be special too. So now we have a special attachment, let's say, to royalty. That's part of our identity. A lot of, especially in the UK, obviously, people identify with it. They're like, no, that's part of our culture. It's part of our heritage. I love the royal family. And so it becomes part of the identification with a separate self, doesn't it? And so that's why we do it. And all of it is a construct to deny the truth. To deny the truth that actually we're all equal. There are no kings. No one is above anyone else. We're all exactly the same. And because we're all created as God created us, extended as perfect love extended us, the same. We have the same awareness, the same mind. And anyone, if we think that anyone is more special than anyone else, we deny that. You see, you deny oneness entirely when you think someone is more special. So then you throw the truth out the window, and you just have a bunch of illusions which are nothing. And now you have to try and find satisfaction in those and content yourself with illusions rather than the truth. And interesting, that lady that I mentioned, lady who sent me that email, so, ardent royalist. No, she's
Oh,
watching.
yes, yes.
So it goes hand in hand. There's the specialness, attachment, specialness, not seeing everyone as equal.
Mm.
And then, the downstream might say, well, what's the harm of that in, sort of having some kind of attachment to the royal family? But that attachment, that's going to create dysfunction in other areas. So then you think it's okay to treat people differently because we're not all one. So then you end up, sending nasty emails like she did, or whatever. So it's all part of the thought system of the ego that then justifies insanity.
Mm.
And he's saying to us, you have to be really vigilant for this thought system of the ego and undo it in every aspect of itself. And so he's giving us a little taste of another one. You would make palaces and royal robes of nothing. Okay, just saying, well, yes, in this world you do have this whole royalty thing going on, particularly in the UK, most places. But funny enough, I'm actually in a kingdom. There are not many kingdoms left, but I'm in a kingdom. It's this country is a kingdom rather than a democracy. And it's completely crazy. The king does what he wants. He's appropriating taxpayers' money for whatever he wants to do with it. And he's the special one that's now above everyone else, and he can do what he wants. I mean, that's good. Why would you create a system like that?
Yeah.
And yet, these systems exist because the specialness of the ego demands them. It loves them. So he's just highlighting that here. Okay, so I want to summarize that one. What's he saying in?
Well, the truth is true, and you need to deny everything else, all illusions, and all our distortions are made of nothing. And well, like I say, we make things of palaces and royalty and what have you.
Well, robes of nothing.
And again, they're all just made from illusions of nothing. And simplicity is just very difficult for us in our complicated minds. Nothing's more alien than
palaces and royal robes of nothing. See, so the whole thing here is we aggrandize, we make an illusion somehow special and important through all of this. So we have all the pomp and the ceremony and the occasion, and everyone's, oh, that's so amazing. And we really are just trying to justify our illusion to ourselves. So this is all somehow important and special and real, and it has some value. And that's what it's all about. Covering over the truth of pure formless awareness that underlies it. It's still there. I mean, the interesting thing is, even in that that pompous ceremony, there's still an underlying essence of truth there. But you have to be quite discerning to see it, because it's obscured by a lot of that pomp and ceremony. So the moment, you remember the moment when he had to go into his enclosure and they kind of walled him off, and he went in and he did his private anointing with oil thing?
I heard about it, but I didn't actually see it with my physical eyes.
I just saw a clip on the news. I didn't watch the whole thing, but that would have been that was that it wasn't the crowning. Most people are like, oh, the placing of the crown on him was the moment. No, that was the moment. That was the height of the whole thing, because that was the spiritual connection. It was like, okay, go within. You're in your private, even though you're in front of the whole world watching this. You have your little private thing, and connect with God, connect with Source, and dedicate yourself. And then when he starts off, he's in that pure white. Now, why didn't they just keep him in the pure white? You know what I mean? So he's in pure, just a white kind of garment, and then they put all the robes, all the paraphernalia, and all the stuff on him. Systematically. It's like, but you see, that symbolizes the covering over of the truth. So he's gone from the holy moment, the holy instant of, okay, you've got these few minutes to connect with source, you're being anointed with holy oil, you're a servant of God. Okay, there's truth there. To like, okay, no, but we're going to cover that all over, cover over the innocence of the white gowns with all of the paraphernalia and the crowns and the symbols and, you know, God alone knows what else, which actually just covers over the purity, you see, which was there at the very core of it. So it would be interesting to speak to him. So what was the most significant moment for you? And I bet it was when he was in his little private container that they made, and just, you know, none of the crowns and paraphernalia yet. And it's like, okay, here I am. Okay, surrender to God. You know, that was his opportunity to do that and give it over. Say, okay, I give my kingship, whatever you call it, you know, to God, that I'm the servant of God, and I will serve the divine as best I can, and not, you know, not be swayed by all this royal regalia and the pomp and the ceremony, and, you know, that I'm the king and I've such, you know, supposedly got more special than other people. Actually, I'm you know, correctly interpreted, he is in a position where he can help a lot of people. You know, so it should be a servant of spirit, and give his life over to that, and, you know, he may be able to make a difference in many people, millions of people's lives through that. So we hope he did that, and that, you know, that was the most meaningful moment. Him, and the other stuff was superficial. Maybe, you know, as I said, it'd be very interesting to see what his perception of it was. We'll probably never know, because he's a king, and one doesn't reveal these sorts of things if one's a king, but it's too personal. But, you know, okay, so interesting paragraph, given we just had the coronation. So let's move on to number 3 then.
All this the Holy Spirit sees and teaches, simply that all this is not true.
Yeah, alternatively.
Can't see it yet. Okay. All this, the remembrance of perfect love, sees and teaches simply that all this is not true.
Yeah, so I mean, that's an extraordinary simple teaching, isn't it? All of it's not true. Not one part of the material world that we value is true. It's all false. That's a very simple teaching, but too radical for most people to accept. Okay, so those unhappy learners.
For those unhappy learners who would teach themselves nothing and delude themselves into believing that there is not nothing, the Holy Spirit says with steadfast quietness, the truth is true, nothing else matters, nothing else is real, and everything beside it is not there. Let me make the one distinction for you you cannot make, but need to learn. Your faith is nothing. Your faith in nothing is deceiving you. Offer your faith to me, and I will place it gently in the holy place where it belongs. You will not find no deception there, but only the simple truth, and you will love it because you will understand it. Alternatively, where should I get up to?
2.
2. To those unhappy learners who would teach themselves nothing and delude themselves into believing that nothing is not nothing, the remembrance of perfect love says, with steadfast quietness, the truth is true, nothing else matters. Nothing else is real. Everything beside it is not there. Let me make the one distinction.
It,
Would I say that?
let's put it into the first person. So let Yeshua make the one distinction for me that
I cannot make, but need to learn. My faith in nothing is deceiving me. Offer your faith to me, and I will place it gently, or offer your faith, my faith, to
Well, that's
Yeshua.
interesting. I've never seen him capitalize the M before in the me. He normally has a small me. I wonder if that's
Well, me as in Yeshua, isn't it?
yeah. I wonder if that's me that changed it or they did that, because normally it's a small me because he doesn't make himself as Yeshua divine. Let's just have a look. Wanted to see if that's a typo. Where are we? There to me. No, it is capitalized. Offer your faith to me. It's interesting. It's in the context of that of this paragraph that is italicized. Offer your faith to me. I think that's the first time he's done that. Normally, when he says me, it's a small m. So, anyway, I just noticed that. So let's just italicize that bit because that's what we want to do, and then italicize it here. Truth is true. Everything beside it is not there. You should make the one distinction for me that I cannot make but need to learn. Faith in nothing is deceiving me.
I offer my faith to me.
You,
Yeshua.
yeah, could say my true self, I suppose. Right? Yeshua, make the one distinction for me that I cannot make but need to learn. Or we could say the true self or the Holy Spirit, remembrance of perfect love. I think it might be better if we do that, don't you think?
Up to you. Up to you. I was quite happy with Yeshua.
That Yeshua make the one distinction for me that I cannot make but need to learn. My faith in nothing is deceiving me. I offer my faith to him. Okay, we'll keep it as it is. And
I will place it gently in the holy place where it belongs.
I will place it gently. I offer my faith to him and place it gently. Place faith. Suppose you place faith. Place it gently in the innocent place where it belongs. I will find no deception there, but only the simple truth. I will love it because I will understand it. Okay, I'll read that from the top in the alternative.
All this, the remembrance of perfect love perceives and teaches simply that all this is not true. To those unhappy learners who would teach themselves nothing and delude themselves into believing that it is not nothing, the remembrance of perfect love says with steadfast quietness, the truth is true, nothing else matters, nothing else is real, and everything beside it is not there. I let Yeshua make the one distinction for me that I cannot make, but need to learn. My faith in nothing is deceiving me. I offer my faith to him, and I will place it gently in the innocent place where it belongs. I will find no deception there, but only the simple truth, and I will love it because I will understand it.
It's quite powerful if you read it as an affirmation. So the reason I'm not doing it as we did it a few weeks ago is it takes too long.
Yeah.
But it's nice. We probably won't finish. I mean, you've probably got another hour, I'm imagining. So we'll do it at the end. If we have time, we can do a meditation on it, and you can guide you through it and affirm it in the personalized version.
Yeah.
As a meditation in one go.
Yeah.
Okay. So thoughts on that one?
The truth is true and nothing else is. There's no deception here, just the truth.
Offer your faith to this teacher, this master teacher, and he will help us to place our faith where it's warranted on what's true, which is eternal. And I will love it because I will understand it. So he's saying the unhappy learners are those who want, there's a desire here to deceive yourself. You want the nothing to be something because you want to make your separate self real. And the happy learners are those who accept reality as it is, not as they want it to be. You accept that the truth is true, and only the corollary is that only the truth is true. So nothing and nothing else is true. The corollary to that statement. And that's where most people struggle. So the truth is true. Well, yeah, obviously. Okay, but that means nothing else is true. Oh, okay, well, now we have to deny everything else that seems to be true, have some reality, and acknowledge that only the truth is true. And that's when it gets tricky for the mind, because we have to let go then of our belief in what's false. Okay, so any other thoughts, comments on that?
Just a tough one to understand generally, isn't it, for most people to believe it's this way around.
Total undoing of your reality, of your world, your identity. You think you're here, you think you're a person, and the world around you is real. And these things that you perceive with your senses are really there. There's other people, the world is there. And this is saying, no, the world is not there. There is no world. You're delusional. You're dreaming. And whatever you value in the dream is nothing. It's just a dream, just a projection of a false idea. Projected out of your mind, seemingly made real, but it's just a screen. Think about a movie. It's quite a good way of looking at it. So you go and you sit at a movie theater, and you watch the images projected onto the screen for 2 hours. And there's this whole drama that unfolds and a whole story, and the mind gets drawn in, doesn't it? And you get engaged in the story. But actually, what's happening? What's really happening is you're sitting staring at a screen for 2 hours. That's what's really happening. And the images projected on the screen don't change the screen at all. You know, that blank white screen remains the same. It's unaffected by the images projected onto it. And when the movie's over, then the screen remains. And that's the default reality. You know, that's always going to be there. The movie comes and goes, and different shows and different images play in different stories, but the screen remains unchanged. And that's the foundation of our mind, the ground of being that remains unchanged, irrespective of what images are projected onto the four-dimensional screen of time and space. And we can remain aware that we are always just looking at the screen. We are the screen. That screen is the reality. The blankness, the openness, that's the reality. The images projected onto it are just a covering over it, a veil of illusion over it, that seem to imprint it with some reality. But when you stop projecting, then what's left? Just the screen, the blank screen. No change. So that's quite a nice way of understanding it, because that's exactly how the illusion and the truth work. The truth is the blank screen that's always there, that's unchanging. And the illusion is all the images projected onto the screen that seemingly cover it and are very, for the mind, very entraining. Our mind gets entrained into those, and we want to believe those. And the story, something becomes real in our mind, and all kinds of thoughts and emotions are being triggered. But actually, we're just always staring at a blank screen. So the question is, can you remember that the screen is really just a blank screen when all the images are projecting and you want to think thoughts and feel emotions about them? That's the question. So we have to remember that it's just the blank screen. And so we actually unmoved by any of the images. And why are we valuing images when they're just images? There's nothing of substance there. They're projected onto the screen. They change moment by moment because they're just images. There's nothing permanent about them. And then they're gone. The whole movie's over, and it's just the blank screen again. But why did you value the images so much if they were just images? Because you didn't realize they were images. You thought they were real.
Yeah, a bit like my heart pain today.
So it feels real. The ego's done its best to try and convince us that it's real. So we're not just viewing the images. We think we are the image. The body is the projected image into the four-dimensional screen of time and space that we now identify with, and we think we're in the movie. We're not just sitting watching it. We think we're participating in it. It's an extraordinary miscreation from the ego. You're actually living in the dream. You become a character in the dream, so you identify with that character and with the dream. That's the ego's whole plan. And then you forget the underlying screen that's always there, that's unaffected by any of that. But you are the screen. You are the whole of the screen. You're the whole blank canvas onto which all of the projection is superimposed. It's covered over. So you're not just a little character in this dream. You are the whole screen. The vast, infinite expanse of whiteness, purity, innocence. That's you. You are all of that. How can you be that and be a character that's superimposed onto the screen. You can't. You know, they're clearly contradictory realities. Okay, so any thoughts, comments, questions on paragraph 3?
No.
Okay, so number 4.
Like you, the Holy Spirit did not make truth. Like you, the remembrance of perfect love did not make truth. Like God, he knows it to be true. Like pure formless awareness, perfect love, he knows it to be true. And as it shines, your brothers see it, and realizing that this light is not what you have made, they see in you more than you see. And as, oops, I need to lift that up a little. And
Let's just
as it,
try and personalize it as we go. Then, so
oh,
translate to first person.
And as it shines, my brothers see it, and realizing that this pure formless awareness is not what I have made. They see in me more than
Okay, so
I
yeah,
more than I see. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I think just slow down, then I can catch up.
Oh yeah.
Light and awareness, and let it shine on me. Okay, so that's number 4. As it shines, your brothers see it. As it shines, my companions see it. So let's say perceive it. Realizing this. So the light is this pure formless awareness. It's not what I have made. They perceive in you more than you see. Perceive in me more than I. More than I perceive. Okay. Next one, they will be happy learners.
They will be happy learners of the lesson this light brings to them, because it teaches them release from nothing and from all the works of nothing. They would be happy learners of the lesson this pure formless awareness brings to them, because it teaches them the release from nothing and from all the works of nothing.
All the works of nothing. So this entire world is the work of nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing can come from nothing. Giving us the whole way out here. Just see it for what it is, dismiss it as nothing, and you'll be free. Okay, the rest of it you can just read in the alternative.
Yeah.
Heavy chains.
The heavy chains that to bind them to despair, they do not see as nothing until you bring pure formless awareness to them. And then they see the chains have disappeared, and so they must have been nothing.
Yeah.
And
Wait.
I will see it with them. Oh, they do not see the heavy chains.
They do not perceive, let's say. The heavy chains that seem to bind them to despair until
I bring
the light to them, so they're pure formless awareness. So they bring pure formless awareness to them. Yeah, interesting that the heavy chains is actually making a reference to the to Plato's cave allegory here. Yeah, because in that story, the prisoners were bound in chains, and it took the awakened person to turn around and see that what they were staring at on the cave wall were just images projected onto that wall. So it was an old version of what I just updated with the movie idea. They were just images on the wall rather than reality being produced by people and puppets that were being paraded in front of a fire. And then he realized, Socrates, who was the awakened one, realized that these were just images. And this wasn't reality, and went outside the cave to another reality, found the light, came back and said to everyone, these images aren't real. And he was a bit blinded by the light from outside. So they were like, well, why can't you see the images? He said, because they're not really there. They're not real. So he's actually referencing that Plato's cave allegory, and just by using the heavy chains idea, prisoners. Okay, so seem to bind into despair until I bring pure forms of awareness to them. So we become the awakened ones, as in that allegorical story of Plato's cave. Like Socrates, we become the awakened ones who look beyond the images projected onto the screen to reality. We go outside the cave, we awaken to the true reality that's outside of the cave of our mind, and then we can return and we can help others to start perceiving this. Okay, so number 7, and then they see the chains.
And then they see the chains have disappeared, and so they must have been nothing. And I will see it with them. Because I taught them gladness and release, they will become my teachers in release and gladness.
So as I give, I receive. So we did that lesson yesterday. I taught them gladness and release, maybe happiness might be better than gladness. I taught them happiness and freedom. They will become my teachers. And freedom. And happiness. Okay. So you want to read that from the top, Elaine?
Yes. Like me, the remembrance of perfect love did not make truth. Like pure formless awareness of perfect love, it knows it to be true. It brings the pure formless awareness of truth into limit awareness and lets it shine on me. And as it shines, my companions perceive it, and realizing that pure formless awareness is not what I have made, they perceive in me more than I perceive. They will be happy learners of the lesson this pure formless awareness brings them, because it teaches them release from nothing and from all works of nothing. They do not perceive the heavy chains that seem to bind them to despair until I bring pure formless awareness to them. And then they perceive the chains have disappeared, and so there must have been nothing, and I will perceive it with them. Because I taught them the happiness and freedom, they will become my teachers in freedom and happiness.
Okay. And what is he? What's he saying here? In summary.
Well, until we see pure formless awareness, like pure formless awareness, it knows it to be true, and it brings it to our limited awareness and lets it shine on me, and then shines on my brothers, who then realize pure formless awareness is not what they have made or I have made, and they see me more than I see, or they perceive me as, and they will be happy of the lesson of this pure formless awareness, which brings to release them from their heavy chains and realize that they made nothing. They must have made nothing. And because therefore I've taught them happiness and freedom, they will become my freedom and happiness. Sorry, you'll be better at sort of translating that.
No, you got a pretty good summary there. So they are the witnesses, really, to my transformation.
Right.
So they perceive it in me, and that confirms that the light must be in me. This pure formless awareness must be in me.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
I taught them happiness and freedom, and as I give, then they become my teachers in freedom and happiness. As I give, I receive.
Yeah.
Because they are feeding back to me that freedom and happiness that I taught. So as I give it, I receive it from them. And so it's a self-reinforcing cycle. It's like, well, the more I give it, the more I receive it. It confirms to me that it must be there. So it becomes more real in my mind. I have more faith in it. And so I give it more, which means I receive it more. And so that's the positive use of the projection perception cycle that the ego has created. It uses that to project out all of the negative stuff, guilt, fear, sin, attack, thoughts, and so on. But we can use it to extend out love, peace, and joy, and then those get reinforced. They come back and they strengthen our awareness of them. And the stronger our awareness gets, the more we extend them out, because that's the natural thing that our true awareness wants to do. And so that's how you turn any situation around, just to extend the love. You see it outside, other people reinforce it in you because you've extended to them, and often they'll be grateful, or you'll see the effects on them. That confirms that must be there. So it strengthens your faith in it, your belief in it, and then you extend it out more. And that's this positive interpretation of the projection perception cycle that we've all been encouraged to do. Okay.
So I've got a question.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I kind of know what I need to do, but I can't quite see how to do it. Well, I kind of do. So the young lad that I was out with this afternoon, who's was very hyperactive and behavioural difficulties. So it was quite difficult being with him because he was all over the place. And so I love him and I accept him and I see him as pure formless awareness of perfect love. But I'm also being shown his behavior is very erratic and causes a disruption wherever we went. So I can see a similar reflection in my younger son. He had the similar sort of way of being. How am I creating that? How am I seeing that? Because I didn't go into it today thinking, oh, it's going to be a bit lively. I just went in thinking he was a normal 12-year-old boy, but actually what I experienced was a very hyperactive autistic child who had very great difficulty conforming in any shape or manner. So why am I seeing that? Why am I projecting that onto my screen? How do I reverse my view?
That's the ego trying to convince you that someone is different from you. Someone's you know, more special. He's in this case he's specially autistic, especially dysfunctional. So you're seeing it because that's the ego's projection onto the screen. It's always projecting separation, and you perceive it with the body's eyes and senses, but you don't have to make it real in your mind. You know? So that character is not true. What you saw there, everything that you saw today was not true. The boy is not really there. The character, you know, he doesn't really have a separate identity. He's not really autistic. None of it's true.
Okay. So
Only the truth.
It's not true that everyone was staring at him. He was getting in everybody's way. He was causing.
No, none of it's true because it's all
just
part
made
of
up
the
in my
dream.
mind.
It's all part of the dream that's projected out and then perceived, and then the projection perception makes it reality for you. But there's nothing. Yes, you're saying there's nothing really happening, right? The idea of separation that's behind it all is not true. So none of it's true. None of the images on the screen are true.
It's odd that I would create that scenario.
Why?
And have created my son, 20 years ago being a similar format. It just seems funny.
Not odd. So it's a pattern that's probably recurred, maybe because you had a son like that. So now it's come back, obviously to be looked at and healed. But it's not odd at all. In this world, I mean, this is the ego's thought system. This is what the world is made up of. But we have special characters with special talents, abilities, skills, and dysfunction. Especially dysfunctional, especially sick, especially ill, especially limited, especially handicapped. That's what the ego is projecting onto the screen. Special characters all the time. It doesn't really care whether the character is, especially gifted or specially dysfunctional. It's still special.
Yeah.
So you see that it's all part of the system. What you're perceiving is deeply entrenched in the ego system. You perceive it. Now you have the choice. Well, do I make that real or not? Do I make that character real in my perception, and now there's a real problem, or do I just dismiss it as unreal illusion? None of it's true.
Yeah.
So how can the untrue, how can images projected onto the screen really affect you if you are the whole screen that is unaffected by the images? Can't really.
Yeah.
So it's just another test. The image projected on, it seems to be especially dysfunctional. There's a past reference point because of your son, and so your past experience comes into it. And so this is now an opportunity to remind yourself again that none of this is true. And to correct whatever attachment, belief you have to that particular, special character, special identity that the ego has invented in this world. The autistic person, that's another form of specialness which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So it's quite simple, but you have to remind yourself, because it's very easy to get sucked into believing that the boy's really there, and the specialness is really there, and the dysfunction's really there, and then the behavior is really there. So once you make any part of it real, it's all real, isn't it? It's an all or nothing deal. You go, oh well, he was doing this and this, and you talk about it as though it's real. Well, you just made it real, and then all of it's real.
Yeah.
All the
I could,
problem, the pain, the dysfunction.
yeah, I had a few moments where he was lying in the middle of a golf course while somebody was driving golf balls down the lane, and he was just lying there, and I felt my response was, kind of get up, you're in the way, it's not safe, and that was my instant reaction. And he's not my son, so I was probably overstepping the mark a bit, but it was just my instinct to say that. But yes, I felt the unreality of it every now and again, where it's like, doesn't matter, it's not real, and I could just let it go. And then there'll be another moment where I go, Jesus, what have I set myself up for here? Blimey. Is this what I want to live, involved with? But
well, it's a test.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's another test for you, that this kind of thing comes in to test you. So okay, so you're making progress on the spiritual path. The ego knows that. So it's like, okay, well, we've got to amp it up a bit. We've got to give you a test, and perfect in its imperfection, because it relates back to your past. So there's an opportunity to let that go.
Yeah.
And clear it. Realize, once again, only the truth is true. None of it is true. So why am I thinking about it? Analyzing it, doing whatever thoughts and emotions about what is untrue are unreal. All I have to do is acknowledge the unreality of it. Okay, it's not real. The character's not real. The situation is not real. The behavior is not real. What happened this afternoon was unreal. Just another part of a dream.
Yeah.
The images, think of a movie. There's a really good way of thinking. That movie seems to be real when you're watching it. You get caught up in it, but it's just a bunch of images projected onto screens. And they have to do it in sequence to make any sense of it. So that's why you need time. That's why it's 4-dimensional, not just 3-dimensional. But they're just images. There's nothing of substance in them. They don't last.
Yeah.
They come and they go. They shift and they change all the time. Images in the dream. This is what the world is made up of. All these images, which you perceive as real, but Yeshua's trying to teach us that none of them are real. Whatever you perceive in this hallucinated world is just an image, and the image isn't true, and it's going to shift and change. It's going to come and go, and it cannot be relied on. It's not reality. So, why give it a reality? You give it a reality when you think thoughts about it, you feel emotions. That makes it real, isn't it? That's what it's trying to do, make it real to you. Oh, why is it? And then that question, well, why is this happening to me? That's another, you see how sneaky the ego is. Why is it happening to me implies that it is happening to you. But it's not really happening. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
So, the question assumes the reality of it. Well, why is this happening? A better thing a better statement would just simply be to say, well, it's not happening. It isn't really happening. Your ego says, oh, come on, get real. You got to deal with these things. Well, in the moment, you can be guided. Okay, well, if he's going to hurt himself, maybe I'll help help out? What would love do? But I'm not making it real.
Mm.
It's a strange paradox in our mind. You know, we can act in the world, but not make it real to ourselves. That's possible. It's a high level of operation, but you know, this is where this is leading. I can take the loving kind actions without believing in the reality of the situation, my actions, what's really happening. I can still do what's loving and kind and truly helpful.
Yeah, I certainly had moments like that, because I said to you, I was listening to your meditation breath breaks every hour. There were moments where there was one where he was lying face down in a fountain. There was a really big fountain, and he just got in it and laid face down in it. And I do remember in that moment thinking, this isn't real. So there were moments where I could just completely see it for the humorous side of it. But I could also see afterwards, I was like starting to add together a little story about it. But yeah, makes sense what you're saying. Yeah. That's when you start putting the thoughts together. And I started thinking, you know, is there something I can do to help him and help his father? And yeah, my son had that. And what did we do? How did we manage it? And I could see it. It was very easy to join the dots up and start putting a story to it. But yes, you're right. It's don't make it real. Yeah, got that.
And then from that state, maybe you get some guidance. Maybe something comes in, says, okay, well, say this, do this. But it's not coming from fix it Sally. Not coming from that old persona.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
wants
so
to step
really,
in and fix it.
yeah, so it's a really good opportunity, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Always, yeah, great opportunity to unwind, to go to another level and just realize, okay, it's all unreal, as was your son's situation. All unreal. He was a character in a dream. You're a character in a dream. That's unreal. That's not really happening. So none of these characters mean anything.
Yeah, when you said my son's was a dream as well, that was like a wave of emotion came through me. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Because that'll push a few buttons, because you're saying, oh, you know, it's all my special, your identification with that as a mother, it's part of your story, would then resist that and say, no, that can't be. Because if my son's unreal, then I must be unreal. See?
Yeah.
That's the implication of it. And the ego doesn't want to be made unreal.
I have got to the point of realizing that the boys aren't real. But just when you said that statement, it was like, poof. Okay, maybe that's just letting it go. Yeah. Letting go of the old stories. Yeah.
So when you notice something like that come up, that's good, because that's some of that attachment coming up, and you can release it. You realize it's not true.
Yeah.
But it's a total undoing. I mean, for most people, it's, whoa, that's way too radical. You're telling me everything is unreal, the whole story is unreal, my story, everyone's story. Surely some of it must be real. But he's not giving the ego any leeway. No, you know, whatever it is in the dream, it's all unreal. So just perceive it correctly and you're free. Happiness and freedom are yours if you perceive it correctly.
You've got to do the work on it as well. You can't spiritually bypass and just say it's all not real. I'm going to do some instrumental pieces on this later.
Yeah. So if there's emotion, if there's thoughts and emotion coming up that's uncomfortable in any way, then that needs to be acknowledged. It needs to be brought up. You look at it, you process it, you release it. And so you're not spiritually bypassing it. The uncomfortable feeling comes up, it arises, and then you do a process to let it go. Now you've dealt with it. You don't just, well, I'm feeling uncomfortable, but it's all unreal, but I'm still got the uncomfortable feeling. That's not really going to work. You actually have to experience it fully, and then a good process like the lessons he gives us, or Instrument for Peace, or 10-step letting go process, or Ho'oponopono, there's many, will help you release it. It'll help you let go of the thought and the emotion behind it. And that's where the true letting go lies, at that emotional level. When you clear emotionally, there's no attachments anymore. There's just that nice, smooth, calm, peaceful, tranquil state of pure formless awareness. Then you've undone the illusion in your mind. You no longer believe in it. And that's what we all the practice is designed to help us achieve.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
good lesson. Yeah, very good lesson.
Yeah, no, it feels very positive now. Yeah.
And then there's no dysfunction. There's no problem. You see how it resolves all problems, because there's no problem. None of it's real. There's no problem. The only problem is a perceptual problem. That's the only problem. You perceive it to be real. That's the problem. You see why David Hoffman says it's a perceptual problem?
Yeah.
Everything, every situation. Well, no, my problem is I perceive it to be real. That's my problem. Not because there really is a problem, it's because I perceive it to be so. That's the real problem. Now, once we remind ourselves of that, we take it back, we go, hang on, I'm just creating the problem for myself because I'm perceiving it to be there. Okay, but it's not there. Let me just accept the truth. It's not really there. There is no problem. And if I can rest in that, then I rest in the peace of God. So it passes all understanding. Okay, so anything else you want to add to that?
No, that's lovely. Very helpful. Thank you.
All right, so number 5. Elaine.
It might be me.
Yeah, it's Sally's turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Sally was awesome. Okay.
When you teach anyone that truth is true, you will learn it with him. When I teach anyone that truth is true, I will learn it with them. And so you learn that what seemed hardest was the easiest. And so I learn what seemed hardest was the easiest, is the easiest.
Present tense.
Learn to be a happy learner. I learn to be a happy learner. You will never learn how to make nothing everything. I will never learn how to make nothing everything. Yet see that this has been your goal, and recognize how foolish it has been. That I see that I perceive that this has been my goal, and recognize how foolish I have been. Be glad it is undone, for when you look at it in simple honesty, it is undone. I am glad it is undone, for when I look at it in simple honesty, it is undone. I said before, be not content with nothing, for you have believed that nothing could content you. It is not so. I said before, be not content with nothing, for you have believed that nothing could content you. Is that a good way of putting it, or would that be said different?
Undone. I said before. So let's just say Yeshua. Yeshua said, Yeshua has said before, you're not content with nothing. Well, I have believed that nothing could content me. It is not so. So whenever we desire something in the world, we're believing that nothing will content us. See? So that's the problem with desire. So, well, you know, what's the problem? Just a little desire. No? Because I'm believing that something that is really nothing, that's a projection of a false thought, seemingly real outside of me, but it's actually made of nothing because the idea behind it is false. I believe that that can actually content me and bring me happiness and peace and satisfaction, lasting satisfaction. And of course, that's not the case. We know when people get very materialistic and oriented towards the external world, it's not a formula for happiness. No one finds happiness there. Because the external world is very temporary, very transient, and so nothing lasts. So you think, you know, I've found temporary happiness in my relationship, or I've got a new possession, a new car, or a new house, or I've got some animals, whatever, but it's all going to fade away and die eventually. So how can I find permanent contentment in what is going to fade? It's going to age, fade, and eventually die. Well, I can't. There can be no permanent satisfaction in what's temporary. So remember, you know, his decision rule is if it's temporary and it doesn't last, it has no value at all. If it's permanent and it will last forever, then it has value. That's the decision rule. Very simple. If we just stuck to that, we could never get confused. Okay, will it last forever? No. Okay, well, it's an image on the screen. It's of no value then. It's illusory. Dismiss it. So don't give it any weight in your mind. Don't give it any importance. Don't think about it. Don't feel emotions about it, because it's simply nothing. As soon as we feel emotion, we make it real. That's why letting go of that emotional layer that underpins perception is so important, because emotion makes it real. So you clean that emotion out, then all that's left is thought and belief. Well, those need to be let go of too, but they're not as powerful as emotion. Emotion really gets us, doesn't it? Emotion is what makes the dream real for us. Okay, so you want to read that from the top, from number 1.
When I teach anyone that truth is true, I learn it with them. And so I learn that what seemed hardest is the easiest. I learn to be a happy learner. I will never learn how to make nothing everything. Yet I perceive this has been my goal and recognize how foolish it has been. I am glad it is undone, for when I perceive it in simple honesty, it is undone. Yeshua has said before, be not content with nothing, for I have believed that nothing could content me. It is not so.
Okay.
I get what it's saying, but when it says nothing, it confuses me a bit, because I see that the pure formless awareness of perfect love is nothing, you know, in the wholeness of nothingness. So nothingness for me
Yeah.
has got a double,
Yeah. Well,
two sides to it.
Nothing is no thing, really.
Yeah.
So he's using nothing in the context of nothing of nothing real. Not, you know, no thing. Again, it's a challenge with language.
Mm.
Well, nothing. Do you mean no thing, no form, formless? Or do you mean, nothing real? And then it comes down to, well, what do you define as real? So if you think form is real, then nothing will be formless. You think that that's nothing. If you think that the formless is real, then you will perceive that actually nothing is what you would once considered as everything. So I think it was Sai Baba said, nothing is everything and everything is nothing. That's the turnaround. So nothing, no thing, no form is everything. Is all that is. It's all reality. And everything, all form, all material reality is really nothing. Doesn't exist. We're just using language to try and express, ideas that are beyond language. Using the same word, but you can use the same word in different contexts.
Yeah.
And nothing could mean no form to someone, but it can mean, nothing real. He's using it in that sense.
Yeah.
Nothing absolutely real. So, the words need to be interpreted in context. This is why it's so important to understand, the metaphysics of what he's actually saying. Otherwise, I think a lot of people struggle because without the metaphysical understanding, it can get very confusing. Oh, okay, so what's he talking about? Nothing here? Is that nothing in form? Is that what does he mean by nothing? And if you understand the frame of reference for the sentence, then you get it. Okay, he's talking about nothing real, and saying that nothing is form. Nothing is the projection outwards of this false thought of separation. That's nothing. Okay, so you want to summarize number 5? What's he saying there in your own words in a minute or two?
When I desire something, I believe this unreal thing can fulfill me, make me happy. And I realize how foolish I've been. And in truth, then this is undone.
When I perceive it in simple honesty, it is undone. So all we have to do in simple honesty, let's take your park experience. The simple, honest truth is that none of it's true. None of it's real. That's the honest truth. As soon as you make some aspect of it real, you make it all real. You see how the mind works. It tries to get you, okay, well, I could do something to, maybe fix it or make a suggestion. No, but you just made it real in your mind.
Yeah.
And that's the way the ego tries to keep itself in business in your mind. It's very cunning, isn't it? I mean, it's like, oh my goodness, no wonder we've been here lifetime after lifetime after lifetime. Because man, have we done a mind job on ourselves to convince ourselves that the unreal is actually real and true. And the entire world is designed to do that. The dream is designed to convince you that it's real and that you're real. That's the whole point of it. So yes, it's all upside down and backwards, and it must be denied, consciously with awareness while you're dreaming. Otherwise, you don't get out. You have to come to this awareness while you're seemingly dreaming. That's why we have to forgive or let go. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Happy with number 5. Are we on? Yeah, number 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Just moving swiftly on then to number 6. Elaine, if you can do the honors for us.
Yeah. If you would be a happy learner, you must give everything you have learned to the Holy Spirit to be unlearned for you. If you'd be a happy learner, you must give everything you have learned to the remembrance of perfect love to be unlearned for you.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, yes, you wanted in the personal. If I would be a happy learner, I must give everything I have learned to the remembrance of perfect love to be unlearned for me.
Yeah. So he uses this undone and unlearned, which is quite unusual language. I mean, these words are not common in English usage, are they? Unlearn, undone.
No.
So we've learned, you know, the falsity of the ego so well that it now must be unlearned. We must learn that it's false. Go in the opposite direction from what we've been going for billions of years, according to the cosmologists. The universe is somewhere in the region of 14 billion years old. I mean, that's an extraordinarily long time. A billion is basically 1,000 is 1,000 million. I mean, we can't even conceive of that amount of time.
No.
14,000 million years. 14 with 9 zeros after it. I mean, just unfathomable.
Yeah.
Yet, in the moment, right now, we can undo all of that conditioning, all of that programming. The holy instant says you're not bound by any of time because the past isn't there. So 14 billion years of falsity and false conditioning from the ego are simply not there. You can drop them in a holy instant, in a moment, and enter into the eternal now, right now. I mean, that's extraordinary. The whole 14, weight of time, the burden of time is gone in the holy instant. Just dropped away. I must give everything I've learned to the remembrance of unlearned for me. So everything we've learned here as human beings in this lifetime or other lifetimes must be unlearned. All of your learning, your education, we go through this process from birth, and we have to learn the ways of the world, and we have to learn how it works, and we have to learn how to do something, earn a living. I think all of that must be unlearned. The complete erasing of the entire program of what you've learned, so that you reset to the blank state of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which pre-existed any of that. Okay, and then number 2, and then begin to learn.
And then, is that in the original? Yeah, start there or into the.
No, there's not much to translate. It's just
Yeah.
going to be pretty
And then
the same, except the personalization.
And then begin to learn the joyous lessons that come quickly on the firm foundation that truth is true. So I'll continue. For what is built there is true and built on truth. The universe of learning will open up before you in all its gracious simplicity. With truth before me, I will not look back.
Before me with truth, with me, work with truth with me. Truth before me, with truth in front of me, maybe. I think that's what it means. Okay, so if you read it in the alternative from the top.
If I want to be a happy learner, I must give everything I have learned to the remembrance of perfect love to be unlearned for me. And then I begin to learn the joyous lessons that come quickly on the firm foundation that truth is true. For what is built there is true and built on truth. The universe of learning will open up before me in all its gracious simplicity. With truth in front of me, I will not look back.
Okay, so what's he saying? What's he saying here?
Well, if we want to be a happy learner, we need to undo all the learning we've had from scratch. And then once we've got a firm grip on this truth thing, then we'll never ever want to look back.
Yeah. So why would you go back in time? Why would you try and you see why nostalgia, although it's tempting, why it's just another ego strategy, because you're looking backwards. So if you have all it is, you have this absolute peace and joy and bliss right now. So the truth is right there, right now, in front of you, in your awareness. Why would you want to look back to the past? Why wouldn't you just want to stay there in the holy instant, as he calls it, in the now? And moment by moment by moment, you're in the now, not looking back, and you're guided. You're getting downloads all the time to guide you on your journey, which allows you to flow forward in time without any emphasis on time. The past is not real for you. You don't need it to make decisions because you're getting direct guidance from the Holy Spirit, which is beyond time. And then your future flows forward under the guidance of the Holy Spirit without reference to the past. They're saying, well, why would you want to look back and try and make the past real? Whether it's past traumas or something that you thought was nice in your past. You have nostalgia for it. It's all the same. You're looking back on a reality that's unreal, that never really happened. Okay. Anything else to add there? What else is he saying? And it's a pretty simple idea, some pretty simple paragraph.
No, it's quite clear. Clear.
Happy with number 6. So moving swiftly on to number 7, the happy learner. It's conditions of learning here. Sally, you can do that.
Waiting for it to come up on the screen.
Okay, so a bit of a time lag because bandwidth issues here, but amazingly it hasn't really dropped the calls yet.
Yeah, it's
I'm
good.
impressed with that.
Yeah. The happy learner meets the conditions of learning here as he meets the conditions of knowledge in the kingdom. The happy learner meets the conditions of learning here as he meets the conditions of knowledge in the state.
Okay. So why don't we make it plural and then we can make it they. And we don't have to get around the gender issue. So happy learners meet the condition of learning here as
We meet the conditions. No, they, right.
Yeah, happy learners meet the condition. No, I think they is better, and then we'll personalize it when he brings in you. So hopefully he'll do it at some point. As they meet the conditions of knowledge in the states. So the state is the kingdom. The original was the kingdom, so in the state of pure formless awareness. Okay, number 2.
Yeah. All this lies in the Holy Spirit's plan to free you from the past and open up the way to freedom for you. All this lies in the remembrance of perfect love's plan to free you from the past and open up the way to freedom for you, for me.
Plan to free me from my past. We say my past, the past, free me from the past. Free me from my past and open up the way. And open up my way to freedom. That would be better, wouldn't it? Open up my way to freedom. So it wants to erase the past. Remind me that past isn't true. So great opportunity that for you this afternoon, because that was the past coming into the present.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And you feel you think the thoughts, you feel the emotions. There's a past pattern that arises, and then the Holy Spirit gives you the chance to remove it, to erase it. No, it's not true. Only the pure formless awareness of perfect love beyond it is true.
Yeah. Well, truth is true. Truth is true. What else could ever be or ever was? That's the same. The simple lesson holds the key to the dark door that you believe is locked forever. Simple lesson. This simple lesson holds the key to the dark door that I believed was locked forever.
Yes, locked forever. Yeah. Yes. I wonder if he's using imagery here, which is nice, but if we translate it, it might be clearer. What's the dark door that he believes is locked forever? That we believe is locked forever.
Things are permanent in the illusion.
Yeah. So this is the dark door, the limited belief in separation.
Okay.
That's the dark door. That I believe is locked forever, that I believe is fixed forever. Okay? So I believe that belief in separation is fixed forever and it cannot be undone.
Yeah.
So it's locked down, no escape. I'm imprisoned. He's saying you made this door, it imprisons you of nothing. Behind it is nothing.
So true, isn't it? You have a story and you believe it's true and you believe it can't change, and that person's got that diagnosis and they'll always be like that, and make it so real in the past, bring it into the future.
And then we go, but that's reality, that's what's happening. No, but it's all a dream. That's the point. The ego's made up the dream to convince you that it's real. That's the deception. And everything that's happening in the dream outside of you is just designed to convince you that it's real and that you're real. That's the whole point of the dream. Once you understand that, I mean, it's so simple to get out. Like, well, just don't believe any of it. It's always trying to get me to believe in it. If I don't believe in it and I don't buy it, then it has no power over me. And I can be free of all the negative thoughts and emotions that the ego is trying to engender, even while I'm operating in time and space. Just allow myself to be guided. So I don't have to leave immediately. It's okay. It's just a dream. It's an illusion. All right. Well, it's a dream. The dream seems to be going on. Okay. But I don't believe in any of it. So can it affect me if I don't believe in any of it? No, it can't affect you at all. If it's not even there, you don't believe it's there, how could it affect you? Well, that's where he's taking us, completely outside of the dream figures, any projections, whatever we perceive in time and space. No, it's not true. And then we undo, then we hold the key to undoing the belief in separation that's locked us here, that we think is fixed forever. There was a powerful scene in the movie Inception. Did you watch that? I think I sent it out last year.
Yeah.
So you remember the scene where he explained what happened to his wife in the dream.
Vaguely.
And they had a little shot of her locking away a key. He said she locked away. She didn't want to remember, so she locked away the key. She hid it away in her safe place in the dream, and she didn't want to remember the truth. She denied it. She wanted the dream world to be real, and that's what we've all done. We've locked it away. Our true awareness, the awareness that this is just a dream, gets forgotten willingly, and we cover it over, and then we try and pretend that the dream world is real. And then they had to wake up from the dream, if you remember. It's like, okay, well, we've got to wake up now. But she couldn't wake up fully because she believed that the dream was real. And then she was like, this world isn't real. But she actually had the right idea, but for the wrong reason. She believed that the dream world they were in was real, but that was also unreality, you see.
Mm.
So sometimes in the spiritual world, people can go, oh, well, this is all illusion. But that world, the world of I can astral travel and, all of that, that's real. No, that's also unreal. It's all unreal. Everything but pure formless awareness is unreal. That's what we have to learn. Any images, anything that you can see, visions, images, it's all perceptual. It's all unreal. Only pure formless awareness is true. That's the thing that the awareness will never change. Okay, so this simple lesson holds the key to the limits of belief in separation, key to undoing. How about that? We had to change the imagery, but then we got the imagery in the original, but I think that's clearer. The dark door with the key is really the door is the belief in separation. Holds the key to undoing the limits of belief in separation that I believe is fixed forever. So I believe that once I've believed in separation, I've given my mind over to that, then that's going to be reality forever. And so sin and guilt are real. Yes, I've really done it. Separation is real. I've really destroyed perfect love, and all of its consequences are real. And now I have to try and make the best of a very bad deal, and try and find some kind of happiness and satisfaction in this crazy upside down reality I've invented. And then we seek outside of ourselves, to relate it back to the beginning of the lesson. We seek outside ourselves for satisfaction, to try and make ourselves feel better in the dream, rather than just denying the reality of the dream. So I made this belief. Number 6.
I made this door, made this belief. I made this belief of nothing, and behind it is nothing.
Yeah, it's a nothing belief. It came out of nowhere. There's no source to it. Just a random tiny mad idea that came from nothing, that is nothing.
Okay. The key is only the pure formless awareness that shines away the shapes and forms and fears of nothing. I accept this key to freedom from the hands of Christ, who gives it to me, that I may join him in the holy task of bringing pure formless awareness.
Say from my true self, Christ is my true self. Which gives it to me.
Or like my brothers, I do not realize the pure formless awareness has come and freed me from the sleep of limited awareness. Funny, when you have an experience in the day and then you bring it to the group and you talk about it, then it feels like all the text is just talking about it all the time.
Yeah, that's how it works. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Then it's actually, coming to life, and it's showing you how useful it is to deal with your daily life experiences.
Yeah, very helpful.
Put it in the holy task. So the holy aware task, bringing pure formless awareness, bringing light. Or like my companions, so he's talking about himself, or like I just keep it in that. Or like my companions, I do not realize. Not realize pure formless awareness has come and freed me from my sleep of limited awareness. Okay. I'm going to read that from the top.
Happy learners meet the conditions of learning here as they meet the conditions of knowledge in the state of pure formless awareness. All this lies in the remembrance of perfect love's plan to free me from my past and open up my way to freedom. For truth is true. What else could ever be or ever was? This simple lesson holds the key to undoing the limited belief in separation that I believe is fixed forever. I made this belief of nothing, and behind it is nothing. The key is only the pure formless awareness that shines away the shapes and forms and fears of nothing. I accept this key to freedom from my true self, which gives it to me so that I may join it in the wholly aware task of bringing pure formless awareness. Or like my companions, I do not realize pure formless awareness has come and freed me from my sleep of limited awareness. We're in the other room because my battery's fine.
Okay, so what's he saying in this paragraph in summary?
So what I'm feeling is it's not real because I'm not real. So it frees me from the past and brings me freedom, that the limitation doesn't exist. So we've got the key to freedom, the pure formless awareness of perfect love, and it frees us from all this ridiculous limited thinking.
It's just one tiny mad idea, but the separation is real and everything that comes from it is therefore real. Separate characters, separate ideas, beliefs, whatever we perceive as separate And it's just one tiny mad idea that's not real. And then I bring this awareness into the world, comes in through me. Pure formless awareness comes in through me to show everyone that this is still there, still the case. That screen has not been changed, damaged, denied in any way, shape, or form by the images. It still exists as it was. So all I have to do is accept it. Accept that vast expanse of pure formless awareness, the ground of being, as reality, and the dream is over. The images are gone, and I'm free. Conceptually very simple, but the challenge of it is that you're living in the dream world as a seeming image in the dream. You're identified with the image that's now masquerading as some real person in the dream, and that image can see and feel and touch and taste and hear and has perception, and so it's telling it that all the images around it are real, and that therefore it is real. And that's not true. Just a hallucination. As he says it, I think lesson 15, images cannot see. You can't, an image projected onto the screen can't really see anything. It may think it's seeing around it other images and hearing. It's not just sight, it's all of the senses. But it's not really seeing anything or hearing anything, because images can't see. Sight only comes when you zoom out of the dream. So now you become the observer, the witness, and you're sitting in the movie theater and you can observe it. You can see the characters doing their thing, but you're not identified with the characters, including your own. You go, oh, well, that's just another character in the dream. And the Sally character or the Elaine character or the Jono character is doing its thing, but I'm not really the character. What I am is actually the light beyond the film. So the film is coming across the light. That's not the way it works now because it's digital, but it used to. So the film is coming across that. I'm actually the light that's beyond the film. There is really no film. That film is just a covering, which then gets projected out. That's the script that's in the ego's mind. I'm just the pure light that has no form before all images. That's still there. It must be there. Otherwise, there would be no source, which the ego could then cover over and distort. What the ego has done is distorted that light and fragmented it into all these images and said that's reality. But underneath all those images, the light is still there. It must be, otherwise the images couldn't be there. You see the point?
Yeah.
He's asking us to free ourselves from our chains. So this is an update on the Plato's cave allegory. So we are like chained now in the movie, and we believe that we're characters in the movie. So we got so enslaved into the movie that we believe that we are the characters. And we have to go into the witness position and realize that we're not the characters. So it starts with observing the character in an objective, detached way. And then you can start turning around and going, well, let's follow the light. What's actually going on? Actually, this is just the light's coming from the back of the room. And if I follow that light, you get up and you go back into the projector room, you see that this is just a film across the across the light that's projecting out, and that's what's creating the illusion of the images. So how could you be that then? Actually, you're the source of the light. That's what you really are. That's the true source. And then you might come back into the movie theater to all the characters believing that they are the characters, and say, but guys, actually this isn't true. You're the light. You're not an image in the dream. And they go, what are you talking about? You're crazy. You're mad. Because they haven't seen what you've seen. They're still caught up in the dream, believing that the images that they perceive are real. And that's the state of the world. But he's saying, you can be the light of the world. You can be the one who remembers the light beyond the images and shows other people that light, that pure formless awareness, so that they can remember through you. And so you point them always to turn around from the images and look away from the images of the world. Turn around and look to the light that's within. Because only there will you find your awakening. Only there is the truth. Okay. Did you summarize this?
Yeah, I
I'm
did.
not sure you did.
Yeah, I
Did
did.
you?
I've got to go now. I have a very fidgety dog here. All right.
One more.
Thank you very much. No, I'm going now. I think I lasted quite well because I was really tired when I joined the call. So I've done all right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you ever so
Okay.
much. It's been really, really, really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. See you tomorrow, maybe.
Bye
Thought
tomorrow.
of doing a lunchtime session. That works.
Yeah,
Want to do that?
yeah, I can do that for a
1:30,
while.
12:30.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
do 12:30 to 2 tomorrow. Got a 2 o'clock group to run. Okay,
Okay.
I'll
Or
see you
shall
then.
we do an evening session rather?
Yeah, I'm free in the evening. Yeah.
Okay. Should we do an evening? Elaine, how are you? Evening
Yes,
tomorrow?
I'm on holiday, so I can do what I want.
Okay.
Well, within reason, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reason. Yeah. Okay. So
That
should we do an
I'm
evening
not-
session tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm fine for the evenings. I haven't got any plans for family or anything. Yeah.
Okay. We'll do an evening session.
That 5 o'clock then tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, lovely. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye, Lane.
Bye, Sally.
Bye,
Bye.
Enjoy your
Sally.
walk.
Bye. Namaste.
Namaste. All right. So where are we? Number 8. Hold your brothers in their freedom.
Do I just go into the alternative or both?
No, there's a bit to translate.
Okay.
Christ and so on. So hold your brothers in their freedom.
Behold your brothers in their freedom and learn of them how to be free of darkness. And I need to lift that up. Behold your brothers in their freedom and learn of them how to be free of limited awareness. Oh, I behold my brothers, yes, brothers in their freedom, companions, oh yeah, in their freedom, and learn of them how to be free of limited awareness.
Okay.
The light.
Formless awareness.
Oh, yeah. Not the alternative, no. The light in you will awaken them. They will not leave you asleep. The pure formless awareness in you will awaken them, and they will not leave you asleep. No, it will not leave me asleep. Yeah. Okay.
Huh. That's funny. I just Wondering if John would join. And he has.
Hi, John. Good
Hi,
timing.
John.
Hi, John. Hi, Elaine.
Hi, John.
No, we're just finishing the text. We did the text first tonight.
Oh,
So
right.
we'll do a meditation on it just now. And I can read it to you in a meditation. Actually, it might be in the first person, the alternative. Okay, the vision of Christ given.
The vision of Christ is given the very instant that it is perceived.
The very moment that I perceive it. Yeah. Well, the it is the light. Very moment that I perceive. Pure formless awareness. They will not leave me asleep. Okay. Where everything is clear.
Where everything is clear, it is all holy.
So holy we translate as pure or innocent. It is all pure. Well, that's quite nice.
Yeah. Yeah. The quietness.
Yeah.
Quietness of its simplicity is so compelling that I will realize it is impossible to deny the simple truth.
Yeah. For there is nothing else.
For there is nothing else. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is everywhere, and its extension is in it with everything. Can he sing the surge of sorrow when this is true?
And I sing the dirge of sorrow when this is true. A dirge like a song of sorts? Just check that out.
I think it
What is a dirge?
Yeah, I think it is. A dirge at a funeral, sung at a funeral or something.
A lament for the dead, especially one forming part of a funeral, right? Mournful song, piece of music, or poem. Okay, so we'll keep the dirge. I like that. Sing the dirge of sorrow when this is true. Okay, so read that number 8 from the top, Elaine.
I behold my companions in their freedom, and I learn from them how to be free of limited awareness. The pure formless awareness in me will awaken them, and they will not leave me asleep. The vision of my true self is given the very moment that I perceive it, where everything is clear and it is all pure. The quietness of its simplicity is so compelling. I can't see. No? Right. Compelling.
Now?
Yep, I can, yes. That I will realize it is impossible to deny the simple truth, for there is nothing else. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is everywhere, and its extension is in it with everything. Can I sing the dirge of sorrow when this is true?
Hmm. So if the truth is everywhere, how can I be sorrowful? How can I be disconnected from it? You want to summarize that? What's he saying there? Summary, paragraph 8.
Yeah. When my companions are in their freedom, then I learn from them how to be free of the limited awareness. And the pure formless in me will awaken them. And so the vision of true self is given every moment I perceive it, where everything is clear and pure. Quietness of simplicity, and
I think I'm going to change that vision to perception. Then it becomes self-evident, doesn't it? The perception of my true self is given the moment that I perceive it. Well, yes.
yeah.
And
there is,
I perceive it and the perception is given.
And then when we're in this truth, there's just nothing else. Love is everywhere to our extensions. And then obviously, yeah, the surge of sorrow then. Sorrow when this is true. Yeah. Yeah, so.
Just thinking there, so look at the original. Vision of Christ is given the very instance that it is perceived. Light in you will awaken them, they will not leave you asleep. He's talking about the light being perceived. Pure formless awareness in me will awaken them. So interesting point there. Can you perceive the light? Can you perceive pure formless awareness? I would argue you can't.
Physical. No, from the body, no.
No, because it's beyond the domain of perception. So maybe that needs a bit of translation. Given the very moment, so I perceive it, he's talking about the light or pure formless awareness. So perception of my true self is given the very moment that I perceive with it, maybe would be better. What do you think? So I perceive with pure formless awareness. Then yes, obviously the perception of my true self is given in that moment. And I perceive with the light. I think that makes more sense. Because I can't really perceive the light, which is pure formless, because it's beyond perception.
Yeah. Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, happy with that, John?
Yeah.
Okay, so anything else to add to that? Where everything is clear, it is all pure.
Yeah, I think that's clear to me. I don't know. From the body, yeah, but we have to look from the true self.
There's a dog fight going on here. Hey. Oh. I think they were older dogs, and there's a little puppy, and I think the puppy was having a hard time.
Oh, were they picking on him?
Well, I think so, yeah.
Oh.
I would like it. Right? So you're safe here. You can stay. Oh. He's very happy. Right? Shall I show you? Just
yes, bring him to the light.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Goodness me, that is cute.
Hello.
That's very cute. Is he well behaved? No, that's a stupid question. Puppies being puppies.
He tries to chew my cords a bit.
I was just going to say yes. That was a stupid question.
Accidents in the room.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tough question.
It's pretty good, actually. Were you being bullied by the big one?
Yes.
There we go. We'll go down.
He's pure formless awareness. Yeah.
Yeah. he seems to be quite happy to be here. Did I save you from being bullied
Bullied.
by the
The big
sounds
boys.
like? Yeah. And we don't have to deal with this, your squealing then. So
Yes. Beautiful.
well, just as I think. Yeah. Okay. So shall we do a personalized executive summary of this?
Yeah.
What is he what's he saying here in overall summary of what's the like really the personalized executive summary is the key takeaway in one paragraph. What's the key message?
Well, the truth is true. And we could, in denying that is denying everything. Well,
Okay, so
being
that's
it,
how right as you go. Is that the truth is true
yeah,
and nothing else is true.
yeah,
And when I value what is not true in any way, shape, or form, I value what is really nothing and find myself to my belief in separation
mhm,
and the false self it made up
mhm.
for me. Okay. What else? What else was the
Well, it was talking about our companions when we are in the truth or in the pure formless awareness, then they perceive that. Then it can shine through to them.
yeah. So when I
It's
hold
about, yeah,
to the truth, I can shine the formless awareness into the dream to help help others accept this awareness as theirs.
yeah,
Then there talks about happiness and freedom, then their happiness and freedom will be a testament to my own happiness, freedom, and I will not be able to feel sorrow, feel sad. Maybe I can never, and I can never feel sad or lonely. Yeah. Well, I think we've captured the essence there.
What about the bit about the king's robes and all those things and the tight chain, or is that just panning it all out? You know, the bit with the robe and
Well, that was an example of the king's robes. When I value what is not true in any way, shape, or form, I value what is really nothing and bind myself to my belief in separation and the false self it invented for me. So that's what we're saying there.
okay.
Quite
I
like
value nothing for real.
I quite like the beginning actually, because yeah, the Holy Spirit needs a happy learner.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was thinking about these, you know, these conditions of learning. They're kind of, they're saying that unless we I think in the conditions of learning is saying that, you know, we need to be making, if we are in a really way out place, we've got no chance of learning. And there's number 2 is saying that if we're so attached to misery, we're not going to learn anything.
Okay, so we say something about the happy learner. Remember, key message of the section is that, how do you phrase it? Remembrance of perfect love. Choose us there. Remembrance of perfect love needs me to be a happy learner, to learn that only truth is true, nothing else is true. So if I am so attached to misery, suffering and misery, not be able to learn this. And I value what is not true. Bind myself to my belief in separation, and remember to say the misery it brings me and others. And when I let go of these illusions and believe only the truth, I can shine the pure form of awareness, dream and help others accept this awareness as theirs, and their happiness and freedom will be a testament to my own happiness and freedom, and I can never feel sad. Didn't actually say lonely, just said sad, dirty, sorry. Never feel sad again. Never feel sorrow. Never feel sorrow again. Okay, do you want to read that from the top, John? Key message of the section.
Yep.
So you'll be happy with that.
The key message of this section is that the remembrance of perfect love needs me to be a happy learner, to learn that only the truth is true and nothing else is true. If I am so attached to suffering and misery, I will not be able to learn this. When I value what is not true in any way, shape, or form, I value what is really nothing and bind myself to my belief in separation and misery it brings me and others. Yeah. But when I let go of these illusions and believe only the truth, I can shine pure formless awareness into the dream and help others accept this awareness as theirs. Then their happiness and freedom will be a testament to my own happiness and freedom, and I can never feel sorrow again.
Yeah. I will never, maybe I will never feel sorry again. No. Happy with that executive summary?
Yeah.
Okay, so we could do a meditation on it, or we could go into the lesson. We haven't done our lesson yet today. What do you feel? Should we do a meditation on it? For 10 minutes, or
Yeah.
look at the executive summary? Do
Yeah.
a meditation.
Okay. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So just making yourselves comfortable, sitting with your feet shoulder width apart, back straight, cup your hands on your lap, close your eyes. Start off by taking a nice deep breath in through the nose. So breathing in, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale. A nice deep inhale breath in through the nose. Clench the sphincter muscle to lock the energy in. Draw the energy up the spine to your heart center. Put one hand on your heart to connect with your heart space. And draw the energy all the way up into the crown of your head. Pausing at the top of the inhale. It's a maximal inhale breath. Now just scan your mind. So notice any unhappy thoughts, misery, sorrow, pain, minor irritation even, a bit of fear or anxiety. And you breathe in to all of that. You're bringing in the light. Which is pure formless awareness. The dog barking is disturbing you. Just use that as part of the practice and meditation. And then you just ignore it. Or the expectation that there should be something else happening. It's not right. Just observe any reactions that are coming up and willing to let them go. So exhale out through the mouth, blowing them out. The breeze of your breath. And nothing else. In the ears, you're just letting go. Going, gone. the stomach into the spine. Spell the last familiar out. And just rest here. In this deep peace and stillness. I'm going to breathe in as I speak the words of this personalized executive summary of section 2 of chapter 14 of the text. So breathing in as I speak them, and then as you exhale, you speak them and repeat what I've said. And I'll just be quiet for a few moments as you do that. So breathing in. The key message of the section is that the remembrance of perfect love needs me to be a happy learner. So exhale and say that. The remembrance of perfect love needs me to be a happy learner. So you exhale out through your nose. Just breathing in again. To learn that only the truth is true and nothing else is true. And then repeat those words as you exhale out through your nose. Breathing in again. If I'm attached to suffering and misery, I will not be able to learn this. And repeat those words out loud to yourself as you exhale. Breathing in. So the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air into the nostrils. Clenching the sphincter muscle. When I value what is not true in any way, shape, or form, exhale and repeat that. Breathing in again. I value what is really nothing and bind myself to my belief in separation. So exhale and just repeat those words. Value what is really nothing and bind myself to my belief in separation. And the misery it brings me and others. Repeat those words. Breathing in again through the nose. And I let go of these illusions and believe only the truth. Breathing in again. I can shine pure formless awareness into the dream. Exhale as you repeat those words. Breathing in. And help others accept this awareness as theirs. And exhale as you say that. Breathing in. And their happiness and freedom will be a testament to my own happiness and freedom. Feel that happiness and freedom as you exhale and repeat the words. And I will never feel sorrow again. And exhale the truth of that. Repeat those words. And so just breathe in and feel the happiness and the freedom. Just inhaling the happiness and that freedom into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. Just enjoy. And you feel the freedom of that. And just embrace this feeling. Allow it to arise strongly in your mind, in your awareness. Breathing into it, deepening into it. So there's nowhere else to go and there's nothing else to do. Nothing else really to think about. Just breathe, relax. Be still and surrender into this deep stillness, the happiness and the freedom that arise in your mind or heart when you open yourself up to pure formless awareness, perfect love. So open yourself to that experience now. Just surrender completely. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about for the next couple of minutes. Just breathe, relax, be still, and experience the happiness and the freedom that this section points to in the eternal present moment, in the now, the next 2 minutes of deep silence, moment by moment. So just gently coming back to an awareness of the body, the breath, and senses in the world. On the count of 3, you're going to open how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Just pausing at the top of the inhale. Smile. Connect with your breath. Maximal inhale breath. Scan your mind, noticing any thoughts, any related emotions, body sensations, particularly anything that feels negative, limiting, contracted, or constricting in any way, shape, or form. Just breathe into that. Remind yourself that happiness and freedom are yours. Because you rest in God, you rest in pure formless awareness. It's today's lesson. You exhale, just release the negative thoughts, emotions, sensations in the body, willing to just drop it all, the nothingness that it really is. It's going, gone. Spell the last remaining air out, and we'll just rest here in this deep peace and stillness for a few moments. Count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair. Your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling and touching. Maybe there's a subtle taste in your mouth, smell in your nose. Noticing that, noticing what you're hearing. The surrounding environment, just noticing all these things from this very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. State without illusions, a state of light, pure formless awareness of perfect love is in you, with you. So anchor that state in. Intention to stay for the rest of the session and the evening. So it is said and so it is done. And now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a moment to look around, observing various objects in the room around you. Okay, it feels all negative. If there's any negative emotions there, just blow them away. Any negative associations with what you see, notice those and go beyond interpretation. So there's no interpretation of any of the images. You don't have a perception about them. They don't have an interpretation. And notice how clear and light you feel, just rooted in this deeper awareness, pure formless awareness. Perfect love, we call it, that underlies all of your sense perceptions, which is the same awareness as you were in when you were deep in meditation. So just stay rooted in that awareness to remind you to do that. Use today's lesson frequently. I do it every hour. Yesha recommends doing it for 5 minutes of every hour, and keep you topped up. Top up your tank of presence and awareness with the lesson. As that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of the session, which is the text we just did in reverse order today. So now we have the go into today's teaching. All right. So Elaine and John, you there? You're gonna supposed to do the lesson.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just going to get a little bite to eat because I haven't had my tea there. So, but I'll be listening in and then joining. So I'll be about
Yeah.
15 minutes. Yeah. See you shortly.
No problem. I'm just gonna make a put the kettle on actually because I'm a bit thirsty. John, anything to share?
Oh, I just wanted to check one thing, John, out. I'm going to be away for a week or two in June, and I'm on your 3-day-a-week program, but I won't be here for a week or two. So if I happen to do 4 days, for example, this week or next week, is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay. Don't mind.
Okay.
Over the month, really, 3 days a week. But if you do 2 days and then 4 days, it ends up being the same over the month, doesn't it?
Yeah,
so
yeah. I mean, if it's 12 over the month, then that works out.
Yeah. Well, actually, it'll be about 13 or 14 in the month because there's an extra 2 or 3 days. But yeah, no problem.
Okay, good.
At all. And so when are you going?
I think we're going about the 20th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's in the new month, is it?
In June.
Yeah, 20th of June. Yeah.
Well, it's going to be. I'll just have a look actually. Yeah, it's from the 18th. We're away for a week from the 18th, and then again from the 29th.
Okay. Yeah. So over those 2 weeks, you won't be able to join much, but you'll be able to join the other week more.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully.
Fine, no problem.
Right.
No problem at all.
Super. Thank you very much.
No, it's a pleasure. It's not any big issue. All right, just got myself a warm cup of ginger, lemon, honey, and apple cider vinegar.
Sounds good.
Nice drink.
Yeah.
It is. All right, so let's have a look. See at our. We just did in reverse order today because of the Sally never gets to do the text. So she said, "Can we do the text?" I'm like, "Yeah, okay, we can do that."
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that. Right, so that's going to get the email up. It's gone away. I'll have a look at the email quickly, quote, and then that'll lead us into the lesson. My connection's a little bit slow, but actually amazing it hasn't dropped.
Yeah.
It's a kind of mobile data router. I've got it linked in. Maybe it's because I've got it linked in on an Ethernet cable, which helps. But it actually hasn't dropped once. Even though it's a little bit slow. So all good, really. We'll be grateful for these things.
You have the power sharing in
All right, so
Swaziland.
Load shedding. No, they don't actually, because they've got a contract with ESCOM, who supplies most of their power. And obviously ESCOM have to honor the contract, otherwise they can be sued.
Ah,
So ESCOM have to supply, although there's not enough power in South Africa, they have to supply other countries because they've got these contracts.
mm,
When the contracts come to an end, then guy was saying, yes, so I don't know what we're going to do, because if 90% of their power comes from South Africa, and South Africa say we're not supplying you power anymore because we don't have enough to go around ourselves, then serious problems, isn't there?
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, the whole region gets affected. It's
Mm,
it's all it's all very egoic. That's what the ego does, creates many problems,
yeah.
which seem to have no resolution. All right, so we'll just forget all that and go into the truth. So if you can read that quote from Ovid, the Roman poet.
Take rest. A field that has rested gives a bountiful crop. Mm,
A nice
very true.
reminder.
Yeah.
Anyway, farmers know, you get good crops as if you do proper resting of the fields and you rotate your crops and manage the land. You can't just expect it to keep producing. Okay. My back. All right. I think I'm back. John, you there?
I'm here. Yeah.
I spoke to you soon. I was like, I haven't dropped out once. And then it was
Yeah,
like,
I know.
okay.
Yeah. And it suddenly goes.
And then it went.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll see. Hopefully it won't again. But I've got a mobile connection here on my phone in case it does. Let's start again, shall we? You're busy reading quote from Ovid. I'm going to read that again.
I'm just waiting for the screen. Ah, here we go. Take rest. A field that has rested gives a bountiful crop.
Oh, so today's quote by the Roman poet Ovid is really a timeless reminder to rest from time to time. Because when we rest, we reconnect with the life force that sustains us and restores and replenishes our energy. And research actually shows that top performers in every field of endeavor know how to what's called pulse their energy. So they operate at a high level for relatively short periods of time, and then they rest to recover their strength and energy. So they pulse on, they rest, often very deeply and fully. So it's like fully on, fully off rest, and then they go again. And that seems to be the pattern of these sort of peak performers. A lot of other studies show the benefits of resting during the day, for short intervals in different ways, ranging from going for a walk. You're very familiar with that. Walking is very meditative and restful, to taking a power nap and meditating. One study of workers in a meat processing plant showed that 4 9-minute breaks taken at regular intervals throughout the day improved the workers' productivity significantly. So the idea of taking shorter breaks frequently is a lot of evidence to support the efficacy of that. Another study talked about every 25 minutes you should take 5 minutes, 5-minute break. And that seemed to be a very effective way. Again, workplace study of getting maximum productivity from people. There's also a mountain of evidence showing the profound benefits of regular meditation. So researchers reviewed more than 200 studies of mindfulness, which is just a modern term for the ancient Vipassana meditation practice that the Buddha taught, in which you observe your breath and body sensations. So mindfulness is really just asking you to do the same thing. Observe breath, observe the body sensations, and they've called it mindfulness instead of Vipassana. And so the researchers found that mindfulness-based therapy, these kinds of therapies of just watching your breath, watching your body sensations, was especially effective for reducing stress, anxiety, and depression. Some of the most promising research has looked at people with depression. So several studies have found, for example, that mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, as it's called, can significantly reduce the rate of relapse in people who have had previous episodes of major depression. So you meditate, you do mindfulness practices, it helps you stay mentally healthy. It can also help treat other specific problems like chronic pain, fatigue, smoking, alcoholism, and other addictions. For example, studies have shown that this mindfulness-based cognitive therapy reduces the level of pain, fatigue, and stress in people with chronic pain. What's more, the research also shows that mindfulness-based interventions can improve our general physical health. Studies have found evidence that mindfulness boosts the immune system, helps people recover more quickly from colds or flu, particularly relevant given the recent COVID-19 pandemic. But it's not something that you'll see being recommended by most healthcare professionals or the mainstream media as part of a holistic solution to the pandemic. So it's interesting because no one in the mainstream ever said, well, be quiet, do mindfulness, meditate, do breath work as any kind of proposed solution to anything. And yet that is the solution. It's about managing your thoughts and emotions in a stressful time, so it helps that, and it boosts the immune system, so you're less likely to catch whatever it is. But none of that was mainstream at all. They just say, well, take do all the preventive measures, the physical preventative measures. Wash your hands, and it was all focused on form, wasn't it? Wash your hands, wear a mask, avoid contact with other people. And that's where the focus is, rather than on the spiritual, the mind aspect of it, which just shows you we're really rooted in the scientific materialist paradigm, still seeking solutions on the level of form, when the answers aren't really on the level of form. So these research findings support the benefit of doing 1 or 2 longer meditations every day, as well as resting for short periods regularly throughout the day, which is exactly what this program is advising. Yeshua says, do 1 or 2 longer practice periods in the day, and then do the frequent shorter periods. And I've just incorporated that in, and the basic techniques of mindfulness-based meditation, so observing your breath and physical sensations, into all the guided meditations and the breath breaks. So it's mindfulness with Course in Miracles, the Course in Miracles message built into it, which is kind of a double whammy, to help you to practice the workbook, So you're getting the benefits of mindfulness without having to do anything else if you just do the meditations and the breath breaks. Okay, so that leads us to our session at the moment, which we're in, and on to the lesson for today, which is related to the quote. It's all about resting. Rest in God. So if you want to read that in the original and the alternative, read the lesson in the alternative.
I rest in God. I rest in perfect love.
I rest in perfect love. Very simple. I mean, these ideas are so simple, but very powerful. Sorry, it's the wrong one. I want 109. Here we go. Lesson 109. Okay, so if you want to read the
I rest within the perfect.
I rest in perfect love.
I rest in perfect love. We ask for rest today. Quietness unshaken by the world's appearances. We ask for peace and stillness. Oh yeah, okay.
Read it in the alternative, right?
Yeah. I ask for rest today and quietness unshaken by the world's appearances. We ask for peace and stillness in the midst of all the turmoil born by clashing dreams. I ask for peace and stillness in the midst of all the turmoil born of clashing dreams. We ask for safety and for happiness, although we seem to look on danger and on sorrow. I ask for safety and happiness, although I seem to perceive danger and sorrow. And we have the thought that will answer our asking with what we request. And I have the thought that will answer my asking with what I request.
Okay, so what's he saying there? Make sure I'm connected to the correct one. Let's just. What's he saying there in summary?
It's saying that it's an affirmation that I align myself with spirit and rest with God, and rest in that deep, safe place of connection.
Wow. In the midst of all the turmoil born of clashing dreams. So what I like about these lessons, he's not unrealistic about the world. He's telling us this is what it's like here. I know what it's like. There's all this turmoil, clashing dreams, conflict, drama. But in the midst of all of that, you can still make the choice for peace and stillness. No matter what seems to be happening. Although I might seem to perceive danger and sorrow, I can still ask for safety and happiness. And then I have the thought that will answer my asking with what I request. So this is the thought. I wonder that should be, I think we should capitalize that. I think that T should be capitalized.
Yeah.
I have the thought. He's talking about a holy thought, thought coming from pure formless awareness that will answer my asking with what I request. So this is the thought that is the remembrance of perfect love. Hence the capitalization. Okay, so it's a pretty simple opening paragraph. But what I love about these lessons, just to reflect on them, is they're so simple, but they're so profound.
Yeah.
Complicated stuff he's saying. I rest in God. Okay. Remember Robert Holden? Do you know Robert Holden? He's a course teacher.
Yeah.
So he gave a talk at a Miracles Network conference, which I went to in 2014, I think. And he kind of, made fun of himself in typical self-deprecating British style, and saying, there was this, course lesson 109, I rest in God. And he said, my ego didn't want me to remember, so I couldn't remember 4 simple words. I rest in God. I rest. Because the ego tries to make us forget. I want us to remember just the simple truth. Simplicity of it is what undoes the ego. And the ego will say, well, it can't be that simple. The answer can't just be I rest in God, surely not. But it is. It requires a tremendous mental discipline to do it. That's the thing in this world. To rest in God takes a lot of mind training. Not to be sucked in by the turmoil of clashing dreams into the illusion of conflict. Conflict is real. Okay, so we move on. I think Elaine is having a tea or whatever. So let's, if you can read number 2.
I rest in God. I rest in perfect love. This thought will bring to you the rest and quiet, peace and stillness and the safety and the happiness you seek. This thought will bring to me the rest and quiet, peace and stillness and the safety and happiness I choose by thinking it.
Yeah. So instead of I seek, that's what I choose. So when I choose this thought, when I choose it by thinking it, then it brings me these things. So we're trying to get away from the idea that we're seeking, or that we're finding. We're choosing and we're finding.
Yeah.
Okay.
I rest in God. I rest in perfect love. This thought has power to wake the sleeping truth in you, whose vision sees beyond appearances to that same truth in everyone and everything there is. This thought has power to wake the sleeping truth in me, whose vision sees beyond appearances to this same truth in everyone and everything.
Yeah. This thought, and rest in perfect love. Is that a capital T? No. I'm going to make that capital T because it's referring to the thought of the lesson. Thought has power to awaken sleeping truth in me. Sleeping truth, capital T there. Oh, so these words are just pointers to this deeper truth that can awaken that truth in us and lead us into a very deep experience. Some simple words, 4 simple words can lead us to a very deep experience of the truth that we've denied. And that's the power of these lessons. Okay. Number 5, here is the end of suffering.
Here is the end of suffering for the whole world and everyone who ever came and still will come to linger for a while. Here is the end of suffering for the whole world and everyone who ever came and still will come to linger for a while. Here is the thought in which the Son of God is born again to recognize himself. This is the thought in which the extension of perfect love is born again to recognize itself.
Okay. And what's he saying here?
It's saying that when we choose actively to rest in God in perfect love, we awaken the connection, the spirit within ourselves to see truth in everything and everyone, which is the end of suffering.
Yeah. Born again to recognize ourselves through this simple truth of I rest in God. So when we rest, this is why rest is so refreshing, energizing, because we are literally renewing our life essence, our life source. Born again, it's like it's the energy of life. So it's no wonder when we rest that it helps us to stay healthy, to stay younger. The elixir of life. Alchemy, they called it the philosopher's stone. What's the elixir of eternal life? Well, it's rest. Go into this deep, restful state, and you will experience the eternal life that's there. It's eternal awareness that cannot die, that is beyond aging and sickness and suffering and death. The Holy Grail is another word for it. All these myths are really pointing us to the one truth that's within us. Which is there when we rest. You just have to let go. The Buddha came to his enlightenment when he finally rested from all his pursuits. He was seeking enlightenment so hard that he was never going to find it. And when he finally gave up and went, okay, I'm just so tired, I give up, I let go, then it came to him in the rest. The rest from his labors, from his seeking. And he found it. So it's in the deep stillness. That can only come when you stop seeking and you just allow. It's a great quote I've shared before about happiness just being a butterfly. It's like a butterfly that if you constantly pursue it, will remain elusive. But if you just sit down quietly, it may come and alight on you.
Yeah.
Very, very profound, not seeking it. So happiness will come if you just sit quietly and rest. And then the state of mind that you'll be in will be a happy one without you having to seek it. That's the end of seeking and the beginning of finding. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. Let's ask Elaine. Elaine, do you want to read or? Are you still with us? Are you having your dinner still? Okay, so I assume she's not with us. So number 3 then.
I rest in God. I rest in perfect love. Completely undismayed, this thought will carry you through storms and strife, past misery and pain, past loss and death, and onward to the certainty of God. Completely undismayed, this thought will carry me through storms and strife, past misery and pain, past loss and death, and onward, the certainty of perfect love. There is no suffering it cannot heal. There is no suffering it cannot heal. There is no problem that it cannot solve. There is no problem that it cannot solve. And no appearance but will turn to truth before the eyes of you who rest in God. And every appearance will turn to truth in my perception because I rest in perfect love.
Yeah. So that's the transformation of mind. Every appearance will turn into the truth as I perceive it, because I rest in this deep peace, in perfect love. Okay, so what's he saying? I'll summarize number 3.
It's saying that when we rest in perfect love, we merge with peace, and there is no suffering and no problem that cannot be solved.
Yeah. Every appearance will turn to truth and my perception because I rest in this perfect love. So it's completely miraculous, transformative, and we do see in the world. That's why I quoted the research, just that it does work.
Yeah.
No doubt it's from the research. So you either believe it and apply it. And yes, I incorporate mindfulness, rest, meditation into my life, or I don't. And then if I don't, I suffer consequences because I'm not resting. There's no doubt it keeps you younger. You don't age as fast. I went to a talk. It was a book launch a couple of weeks ago with my parents, and I saw a number of people there. They'd all aged, and the one guy said to me, he said, "Wow," he said, "you look exactly the same as you did 20 years ago." I hadn't seen him for 20 years, about maybe 15. So it definitely has a noticeable effect on the physical body, on your energy levels, everything. If you practice it regularly, it slows down the aging process, gives you younger, fresher, more vital, more energy. Why wouldn't you do it? It's just only because the ego tells you that something else that's better to do. So blocking the awareness of the truth in your mind, and it wants you to age and get weakened and innovated and sick and old, because that perpetuates its thought system. Okay, so anything else to add there?
No,
Move
that's good.
on. Number 4. This is the day of peace.
This is the day of peace. This is a day of peace. You rest in God, and while the world is torn by winds of hate, your rest remains completely undisturbed. I rest in perfect love, and while the world is torn by winds of hate, my rest remains completely undisturbed. Yours is the rest of truth. The rest of truth is mine. The rest of truth is mine. Appearances cannot intrude on you. Appearances cannot intrude on me. You call to all to join you in your rest, and they will hear and come to you because you rest in God. I call to all to join me in my rest, and they will hear and come to me because I rest in perfect love. They will not hear another voice than yours, because you gave your voice to God, and now you rest in him and let him speak through you. They will not hear another voice than mine, because I gave my voice to perfect love, and now I rest in it and let it speak through me.
Okay, what's he saying there? Summary of that paragraph.
It's saying that when we rest, then we can't be interfered with. We can't, our negative thoughts cannot intrude.
Yeah. Exactly. Appearances cannot intrude. And I call all to join me in my rest. And they will hear me and come to me because I rest in perfect love. So there's always this call. He's asking us to not just do it for ourselves, but to do it for everyone. To extend this awareness out and give your voice to perfect love and extend it out. Let it extend out through you and let it speak through me. So the course is about resting and then extending. You notice that. Rest and extend, rest and extend. Go within, connect your source, rest in that deep peace, but then let it extend through you. So then it expresses or extends through you in the world, and that's how you learn it. As you give, you receive. So it's got these two elements of a deep rest, letting go of the world entirely, going into that inner experience of rest, and then the extension outward of it, which is the sharing of it, which is what the at-one-ment is all about. Saying you must play your part in the at-one-ment by not just experiencing this yourself. Yes, that's essential, resting in your true being. But in this world, you're called upon to extend it. And one way or another, you are going to be projecting or extending. So you may as well extend it consciously rather than projecting unconsciously.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the two elements that, particularly as we get it into the latter parts of the course, he emphasizes that you do it for everyone. You do it for the world. You do it for your brothers as you experience it. So you help them to experience it, and that's how the at-one-ment works. Okay, so happy with number 4.
Yep.
Number 5.
In him you have no cares and no concerns, no burdens, no anxiety, no pain, no fear of future, and no past regrets. In it I have no cares, no concerns, no burdens, no anxiety, no pain, no fear of future, and no past regrets. In timelessness you rest, while time goes by without its touch upon you, for your rest can never change in any way at all. I rest in the timeless now, while time passes without touching me. My rest can never change in any way at all.
So there, he's talking about what we mentioned. You can actually reverse the aging process, not age in the same way, because time doesn't touch you in the same way. Because makes complete sense. If you're rooted in the present moment and you're not rooted in the past or the future, which is the timeline, then you're denying time. So then time, which is what age is, doesn't seem to touch you.
Ah, interesting. Yeah.
And so you stay, ever. Well, that was always the thing with these teachings. The philosopher's stone was the alchemists, that would bring eternal life. That if you found the philosopher's stone, you wouldn't age and die. That was the idea. That was the ultimate. So all of these myths point to this timeless state of being, and where you're not aging. Often they mistake it for eternal life in the body. You're going to live forever in the body. The body will stay forever young. That's not the case. But we can stay, much younger if we connected to our source and stay in the timeless now, than otherwise. And if we play on the timeline, you look at. So it makes complete sense. You look at what happens on the timeline. Not positive, generally. A lot of negativity in the past. So all of those thoughts and emotions is a heavy, dark energy. Now it comes into the present moment, into your present thoughts and emotions, and it burdens you. It roots you down into a very limited, separate self-concept, which is doomed to suffer and die. So then you feel that heaviness and that darkness, and in the end, your dream will come to one thing and one thing only, which is death, irrespective of what you do in life. Okay.
Yeah.
Carry on. I rest today. Number 3, I rest. You rest today.
You rest today. I rest today. And as you close your eyes, sink into stillness. And as I close my eyes, I sink into stillness. Let these periods of rest and respite reassure your mind that all its frantic fantasies were but the dreams of fever that has passed away. I let these periods of rest and respite reassure my mind that all its frantic fantasies are just the dreams of fever that has passed away. Let it be still and thankfully accept its healing. And let it be still and thankfully accept its healing. No more fearful dreams will come now that you rest in God. Now that I rest in perfect love, no more fearful dreams will come to me. Take time today to slip away from dreams and into peace. I take time today to slip away from dreams and into peace.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
He's saying that as we slip into the moment, we absorb, we go into the stillness, and our concerns and preoccupations fade away.
Hmm.
And no more fearful thoughts can emerge.
Hmm. The dreams of fever. What a nice analogy he's drawn. So our dream here is feverish.
Mm.
Feverish nightmare that's passed away. Opposed to this deep rest, the healing from the feverish dreams of the ego is a deep rest. Resting in this deep, open, tranquil state. No more fearful dreams can come in that state. And take time today to slip away from dreams and into peace. You're slipping into pure formless awareness. There are no images in it. Dreams are all about images. And you start identifying with the screen. We talked about in the text that the images can't really touch the screen or the movie screen at all, can they? You go and watch a movie. What's actually happening? You're staring at a screen for 2 hours. That's what's actually happening. The screen has images on it. So the mind then gets interested and engaged in the images. But the reality is you're still just staring at a screen, aren't you?
Yeah.
But for the 2 hours. But that's covered over. That base reality that is just a screen is covered over by the images that are projected onto it. So then you believe in the images, you make those real, and that covers over the deeper awareness, which is the screen, the ground of being. Yeah, so happy with that paragraph?
Yep.
Number 6, each hour.
Each hour that I rest today, a tired mind is suddenly made happy. A bird with broken wings begins to sing, and long, dry begins to and a stream long dry begins to flow again.
Yeah, it's lovely imagery, isn't it? It's bringing us imagery in the world, and using the world, the images of the world, to try and help us to transcend the world, which is quite clever. He does this quite often in the course, using these beautiful images to help us to understand, what's being offered to us. Yeah.
Yeah. Each hour that I rest today, a tired mind is suddenly made happy. A bird with broken wings begins to sing, and a stream long dry begins to flow again. The world is born again each time you rest, and hourly remember that you came to bring the peace of God into the world, that it might take its rest along with you. The world is born again each time I rest, and hourly remember that I came to bring the peace of perfect love into the world, so that it might take its rest along with me.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll summarize that. Very simple message, but
Yeah. By saying that each time we rest, we are revitalized, deeply revitalized and refreshed.
It's like the world is born again each time because it's born again in my perception.
Yeah.
The world simply exists in my perception. And if I change my mind, I change my perception, and the world is born again because I see it differently. Such a simple insight, really, but our egos cannot try and obscure that and tell you the world is external to you. I came to bring the peace of perfect love into the world. That's my mission. So that the world might take rest along with me. I am the light of the world, the peace of the world. My only job here is to feel it myself and extend it so that I share that peace with everyone. Okay, number 7 then.
With each 5 minutes that you rest a day, the world is nearer waking. With each 5 minutes that I rest a day, the world is nearer awakening. And the time when rest will be the only thing there is, comes closer to all worn and tired minds, too weary now to go their way alone. And the time when rest will be the only thing there is, comes closer to all worn and weary, tired minds, too weary now to go their way alone. And they will hear the bird begin to sing and see the stream begin to flow again, with hope reborn and energy restored to walk with lightened steps along the road that suddenly seems easy as they go. And they will hear the bird begin to sing and see the stream begin to flow again, with hope reborn with an energy restored to walk with lightened steps along the road that suddenly seems easy as they go.
Again, referring to that imagery. Very beautiful imagery to contemplate, to take us into these higher states, deeper states of peace. It's one of my favorite lessons, I think, actually.
Yes.
Okay, so what's he
Well,
what's he
saying that
saying?
every time we rest, we contribute to revitalizing ourselves and everything around us.
As we discussed, the research bears this out. The people who incorporate rest into their lives and into their days are generally much more effective, productive. So you have to find the balance between rest and activity. And most people have got it skewed. It's too much activity, too little rest. If you do rest, it doesn't have to be for long periods of time, but it's asking us to make it for a time and try and go deeply into the rest. And so when you do your morning meditation, it's a very deep experience, even if it's just 20 minutes. Go more deeply into it. And again, at night, and then the short top-ups are really important. Keep for 5 minutes of every hour, I'll rest. And if you're not doing spiritual practice, so per se, that's has been shown in studies to be very helpful when people do that, because the principle of rest works. Okay, so just a very positive, very uplifting paragraph and a whole lesson, actually. See the stream begin to flow. So the world, what he's saying is the world will change when you change. And as you restore your energy and renew yourself, then you perceive that in the world. And the world It becomes like springtime all the time. It's fresh and clean and new, and everything's renewed and cleansed. Energy restored to walk lightened steps. I like that. Light steps along the road. Suddenly seems easy as they go. So he's talking about the flow. This is, being in flow, living a light-hearted. It's light, not because of the physical light, but actually the light that is referred to is a lightness of being. There's no burden. You're not carrying this heavy burden of the ego. So it feels light rather than physical light. So that's I believe why he's using the term light.
You rest within the peace of God today and call upon your brothers from your rest to draw them to their rest along with you.
Yeah.
You rest within, I rest within the peace of perfect love today and call upon everyone from my rest to draw them to their rest along with me. You will be faithful to your trust today, forgetting no one, bringing everyone into the boundless circle of your peace, the holy sanctuary where you rest. I will be faithful to my mission today, forgetting no one, bringing everyone into the boundless circle of my peace, the holy, aware sanctuary where I rest. Open the temple doors and let them come from far across the world, and near as well, your distant brothers and your closest friends. Bid them all enter here and rest with you. I open the temple doors and let them come from far across the world and near as well. I ask both seeming strangers and my closest friends to enter here and rest with me.
Okay, what's he saying here?
Is encouraging us to enter the peace of God, to rest today, and to encourage our brothers to join with us in so doing.
Okay, and that I rest in being, and then I extend it outwards to my brothers, my companions. So both seeming strangers and my closest friends to enter here and rest with me. This is the undoing of the specialness. Some people say, well, I can't ask perfect strangers to do this. Only close friends and family, but there's no distinction. It's all the same. Starts undoing the specialness that we've invented in this world. Bring our minds to the truth that we are all the same. It's one universal truth that underlies everything and everyone. So whether they're my closest friends or seeming strangers, it doesn't matter, because they are still pure formless awareness of perfect love underlying that. It's just my job to recognize it. So as I experience it, this is why it's to give, to give is to receive. As I experience it, more and more, I can give it out. As I give it out, I experience it more. So I experience, I receive, and then I give, and then I receive it more. Can't really lose through that process. I can only gain. Okay.
Yep.
Happy with that. And
Number 9.
last one, I think. Yeah, last paragraph, number 9.
You rest within the peace of God today, quiet and unafraid. Each brother comes to take his rest and offer it to you. Oh, hang on. I rest within the peace of perfect love today, quiet and unafraid. Everyone comes to rest. Offer it to me. We rest together here, for thus our rest is made complete. And what we give today we have received already. We rest together here, for so our rest is made complete. And what we give today we have received already. Time is not the guardian of what we give today. Time is not the guardian of what we give today. We give to those unborn and those passed by, to every thought of God, and to the mind in which these thoughts were born and where they rest. I give to those unborn and those passed away, to every thought of perfect love and to the perfect formless awareness in which these thoughts were born and where they rest. And we remind them of their resting place each time we tell ourselves, I rest in God. And I remind them of their resting place each time I tell myself, I rest in perfect love.
Very nice. So what's he saying in that last paragraph?
He's saying that as we rest in the spirit, our brothers and others will join us and make our experience complete. And step beyond time.
Yeah. So what he's saying here is that this is timeless and it's not reliant on time at all. We go above the timeline. It's timeless because when we in pure formless awareness of perfect love, knowledge, it spans all of time. So we can now, we're in the eternal now moment. We're not. Time is not the guardian of what we give today. So I give to those unborn and those passed away. So we're from this place. We're in the timeless state. It's always been there. And so what I'm actually doing by identifying with this is giving to every single mind. Those still unborn, that still have to come and have an incarnation and go through their life. I'm giving to them because it's calling them back to this, and I'm also giving to those who've come in time and have passed away, have died. And I'm acknowledging the truth in all of them, saying, remember that this is true, only the truth is true, and nothing else is true. Yeah, so anything else I want to add there? See, Elaine's dropped off.
No, that's good.
Remind them of their resting place each time I tell myself I rest in perfect love. So again, as I do it, as I accept it for myself, I'm effectively extending it to everyone, because by the law of mind, when I think it, it goes into the whole mind, and I'm extending it out, whether I think I am or not, because mind will automatically extend or project outwards. So as I do it for myself, I contribute to the peace of others. And there was a study done in 1992, I think it was, or 93, in Washington, D.C., where they had a world sort of conference of meditators. So there were something like 4,000 meditators who descended on the city, and they all hang out there for a few weeks. It was in, I think, June in the summer. And they predicted, based on previous studies, that would have a significant effect on the crime rate. So they asked the police department for the stats and said, can you give us the previous year's stats on average, and then can you monitor this during this period and let us know, what the change is. And they predicted that there would be a drop of about 25% based on previous studies, and there was. That's the crime rate in Washington, D.C. dropped by 25%. And inexplicably, the police couldn't understand why. But once we understand what those meditators were doing, they were creating a field of peace.
Yeah.
And that field was naturally getting extended out to the whole city. And then people in the field don't, if they're affected by that peace, they don't have the same level of aggression. Violent crimes decrease because people are not thinking that way anymore. And people are also not fearing as much. All part of the system.
Very lovely. Yeah.
It's a very lovely lesson. So would you like to call it a night, or do a meditation on this before we go?
I think call it a night, actually, Jonah. Yeah.
Well, we did a meditation, I suppose. Elaine's gone, so
yeah.
Okay, thank you, John. So tomorrow we've got a session at I want to do an evening session again, because both Elaine and Sally said they could do evening from 5 o'clock. So
Okay. There's a huge text the next section.
I see. I saw that it was 18 paragraphs, was it?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a mindset. Yeah. So join. We might go on into the early hours. I think maybe we'll start with the text tomorrow. So we'll dive straight into it. So join us at 5 o'clock if you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very much, John.
All right.
Yeah. Namaste.
Namaste. Have a nice evening.
You too.
Bye for now. All right, so that brings us to the end of the session. Thank you to everyone who joined, Sally, Elaine, and John for joining, and good session. So key message is I rest in perfect love. Rest in that perfect love extended to all your brothers and sisters, and Holy Spirit needs a happy learner. So become a happy learner of the truth and undo the illusions, and all the pain and the sorrow will simply disappear from your mind. So that's what I wish for you, a very peaceful and happy evening. Namaste, which means the true self in me acknowledges and honors that same true, peaceful self, restful self in you.